Interesting as the world unfolds, getting people to physical events. Anyway, you don't need to hear that from me. Today, I hope we're going to all go away feeling that something very special has happened. It's a day I've been looking forward to very, very much myself. And now it's here, and it's lovely that we can be here to celebrate nature and understand something more of the spirituality that goes with that. One or two of you may be here absolutely for the first time. The whole concept of spirituality and nature may be new to you. Looking around, I think I recognize a lot of faces, but if you have come, perhaps through our local advertising or anything like that, it's very lovely that you're here today. But there are, I'm afraid, two people who are not here today, and we have to begin on a slightly downer note. And I'm afraid our enemy is dear old COVID. Do you remember COVID? It seems a long time ago, but I'm afraid it's obviously doing a round again, presumably this new variant. And we've lost two speakers. One we lost a few days ago, and the other one we lost literally this morning. So we've been having to do some rather urgent rethinking. We haven't given you out a program, and in fact that is probably just as well, because it'll change. But it won't change dramatically. We'll just be a little bit more relaxed about it. So don't be surprised, for instance, if the final session of the morning, which is just a discussion, moves into this afternoon. We'll just see how it goes. I think nature, you know, always goes at its own pace, doesn't it? We'll learn from nature. Nature can be very precise as well at times. I don't mean to imply that it's totally lackadaisical, but nonetheless, there is a rightness about timing in nature, and we will try and pick up from that and allow our day to follow nature's rhythms rather than our strategies, as it were. The speakers that we're missing, both of them, I'm really, really sad that they're not here. The one who we heard about a day or two ago was Justine Huxley. She has done a lot of work at a wonderful institution in London called St. Ethelburga's Centre for Reconciliation. It was created in a church bombed by the IRA back in the, whenever it was that we were having the bombings in London. And instead of rebuilding completely, they've made it into a centre for reconciliation. But she's always had this particular interest in nature. And I first came across her in that context. She led a sort of retreat day that I was also involved in, very much talking about nature and its healing powers and all that aspect of nature. We haven't got a substitute for that today, although I hope that some of the things that I and the other speakers say will cover some of her ground. The other person who we've lost just this morning, and I know some of you will be very particularly sorry not to have him with us, is Philip Limbury from Compassion in World Farming. And he just literally went down with it this morning. By the way, I should say, in case you're alarmed, neither of those speakers has had contact with anyone, as far as I know, who's present today. So your risks have not increased other than in the general sense. We will try and cover a little bit of what Philip was going to say this afternoon, but I'll let that develop. And in the meantime, we'll begin musically with June. Thank you. Oh, hang on, just a second, June. Sorry. I was just going to ask the other speakers if I can introduce them. Let's go round visually. Hein, could you just stand up? This is Hein, who's come all the way from the Netherlands to be with us today. Had a very exciting journey here, but made it last night, and it's lovely you're here. Looking around, Anna, if you'd like to stand, Anna will be guiding you on a walk this afternoon and be part of the panel at the end. And Michael, where's Michael? Here we are. Thank you, Chris, pointing Michael out. Michael has made a special effort to be here today. He's also been unwell, but not with COVID. And so he's something of a hero to be with us today. And Jane, there's Jane. You know, the ones that you can't see are always the ones closest to you. This is Jane. Jane was with us in March with the event that we did with Cana, and I think there are a number of you who've come via Cana, Christians Awakening to a New Awareness, to New Awareness. A number of you have come through them, so welcome to you, and a number, I'm sure, also online. So now I will shut up and hand over to June, who I haven't introduced. June was also with us in March and made such an impression then that we thought it would be lovely if she came back, and she's got some very special things to share with us later and music to share with us now.
Music, Spirituality and Well-Being International. So I'm sharing some of those thoughts with you. I'm really excited to be here, and I want to check that you're all here. So I'm going to check that by all of you taking your pulse and checking that you're still alive. It's helpful if you're still alive. So just see that you're still alive, and having found your pulse, would you clap it out gently so we can hear them? So clap it out, not necessarily with other people, but come on, some people appear to be dead. Which is not a good sign for the day. Listen to all those different pulses that are all around us. Okay, what we're going to do is sing a song, and then we're going to see what happens to us when we do that. This is the chorus, which I'm going to teach you. Sing us our own song, the song of the earth, the song of creation, the song of our birth, that exists in belonging to you and to me, to the stars and the mountains, the sky and the sea. Okay, if you want to sing an octave higher, that's fine. If you want to sing it where I am, that's also fine. So I'll do it by the old English practice of lining out, which is a line at a time. Here's the first line. And sing us our own song, the song of the earth. Sing us our own song, the song of the earth. The song of creation, the song of our birth. The song of creation, the song of our birth. That exists in belonging to you and to me. That exists in belonging to you and to me. To the stars and the mountains, the sky and the sea. To the stars and the mountains, the sky and the sea. Can you show us a upper octave, Anna, again? Can you sing after that first bit? And sing us, okay. Sing us our own song, song of the earth, the song of creation, the song of our birth, that exists in belonging to you and to me, to the stars and the mountains, the sky and the sea. Do you want to sing it up at that pitch and sing it up there, or sing it down where I am? So, okay, it's coming into winter, so my voice is low. Right, let's do it all the way through, singing wherever you want to, okay? Right, away we go. Sing us our own song, the song of the earth, the song of creation, the song of our birth, that exists in belonging to you and to me, to the stars and the mountains, the sky and the sea. And I'm going to sing the verses, you sing the chorus. Listen, you're hearing the song of the earth. They sing it who know of their value and worth, who know they belong to the sea and the sky, to the moonshine at midnight, to the stars floating by. Sing us our own song, the song of the earth, the song of creation, the song of our birth, that exists in belonging to you and to me, to the stars and the mountains, the sky and the sea. It is not one song, but patchworks of sound that includes all the pitches that people have found, that includes the vibrations of earthquakes and bees, of the laughing fast crackling and murmuring breeze. Sing us our own song, the song of the earth, the song of creation, the song of our birth, that exists in belonging to you and to me, to the stars and the mountains, the sky and the sea. All blend together to make the earth song, fragmented parts separated too long. In finding our true notes and colors and beats, we make sacred spaces where we all meet. Sing us our own song, the song of the earth, the song of creation, the song of our birth, that exists in belonging to you and to me, to the stars and the mountains, the sky and the sea. Sing us our own song, the song of the earth, our birth, earth, birth. Now take your pulse rate. See what's happened? There we go. So that's why singing has been so central to human culture. In his book, Music and the Mind, says that music is the one thing that every culture has had, and why is it there? It's not useful, not obviously useful, except when you do this. Then it's very obviously useful. And traditional societies would have met together 4, if not 8 times a year, when they would have danced and music together. And in those times, which would have coincided with the solstices and the equinoxes, that was when you resolved all your difficulties. So you make people as like one another as possible, physically, not only psychologically and spiritually, and then you're likely to manage to resolve disputes, which were often in cultures resolved by means of singing in some way. The loss of the centrality of the Christian tradition, where people would have once come together once a week to sing regularly, the thing we may have lost most is not the theology, but coming together once a week to sing. And going to B&Q to buy your bits of do-it-yourself will not do the same job as coming together and singing together. So singing together makes us one in every way and has a crucial part to play in the unity of creation. Thank you.
Thank you, June, so much. We'll be hearing more from June later in the day. Can I offer you 3 words to just meditate on for a moment, in sequence? Sensitivity, awareness, compassion. I think they're words that we all are fond of. I don't think anyone will be upset by focusing on sensitivity or awareness or compassion. We believe in those values. Sensitivity is to do with how we relate to the things around us. That could be other people. In the context of today, it's very particularly nature. Obviously, I shall have more to say about that. Awareness is an inner process. It's an awakening, if you like. It's a being present in the moment and a thinking about how are things now. And compassion takes us back into the realm of things outside of ourselves, but in a very particular way. How can we make suffering less? How can we heal? How can we listen? How can we comfort? And I'm going to leave those words just floating around for the moment, rather than give a talk, which is just focused on those words. My topic on your, I say on your sheet, of course we haven't given the sheet out, and in the circumstances it's just as well we didn't. But I've said I would talk about the vision of nature in spiritual teaching. Well, I reviewed a book in the White Eagle magazine recently. This is the White Eagle magazine for those of you who are here for the first time. And the book is called Animal Welfare in World Religion, Teaching and Practice. And it's written by a very wonderful person called Joyce Da Silva. She's not actually present here. I have a feeling she probably is in on the YouTube version. And so Joyce, if you're there, I'm mentioning your book, and it's a very lovely book. It goes through all the world religions: Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, and then perhaps the most interesting section of the book is the final chapter, where she talks about the, as it were, the lesser cultures, indigenous beliefs, the Australian First Nation, as we now refer to them, Jainism, those in India who are so keen not to hurt anything. Some of you will have heard of Satish Kumar, and he began in Jainism, and Sikhism, and Rastafarianism. And you'll probably think, good gracious, we haven't heard much of the Rastafarians. Aren't they a bit small compared with the others? Well, one thing I can say is that they have the best record of all in their dealings with animals. So if you really want to take your relationship with the animals seriously, study Rastafarianism. I don't want to do Joyce's work for her. If you really want to read about the place of animal welfare, particularly in the world religions, then you're best to read her book. And the details are in the White Eagle magazine this month, or I will just wave it once more. You can grab me afterwards if you want to find out how to get hold of a copy. One of the things that you realize, though, reading her book, is that religions as a whole are wonderful about preaching good things about our relationship with nature, and quite frankly, pretty awful when it comes to doing things right. I don't think Christianity is anywhere near the top of the list of the good ones. Indeed, it's probably the worst of the lot, because somehow here in the West, we are particularly prone to have wonderful thoughts and actually be very dismissive and uninvolved when it really comes to the things that matter. And really that is the burden of my talk today, that we will actually do the very best thing we can for nature, for global warming, for the survival of species, for our sheer care of animals and the other forms of life, insects even. It's a long time since I killed a fly, and you may think that's a bit glib, but actually I hope that we are all more careful about spotting things that once we thought nothing about, because the insect is about as threatened as anything. Anyway, I don't want to digress too much there. If we want to fulfill our part in the human response to the global challenge, I would like to suggest that what you may learn from today is actually about your sensitivity, your awareness, and your compassion. It begins there, otherwise it's as tinkling cymbals. It's very easy to get all worked up and engage in activism of all kinds, but forget actually that it begins with how I look after the creatures and the flowers and all the other things around us. And I wanted to offer two ways in which spirituality can teach us developing awareness. Not so long ago, actually in August, I was in Bulgaria. And I go to Bulgaria for a particular reason. Oddly enough, I began with wanting to go there to say thank you, because I went unexpectedly many years ago now, and I had all my money stolen on arrival, and you might think that was the worst possible thing that could have happened to me. Actually, it was one of the best things that ever happened in my whole life, because I was completely looked after by the sheer warmth of heart of my I was going to say of my friends in Bulgaria, but they weren't my friends. They were absolute strangers to me when I arrived. The only person I knew in the whole of Bulgaria was the person who had encouraged me to go in the first place, and I never saw him while I was there. And the story takes a very long time to tell, so I'm not going to tell you the whole story. But the long and the short of it is, thanks to the kindness of my Bulgarian friends as they developed as friends, one, I regained a lot of faith that I had lost in human nature. Two, I got into some of the most beautiful mountains in the world and learned how to dance the panurhythmy, something which we now offer in the lodge here at Newlands each month in the summer. And I met, above all, some truly wonderful people, and someone who I very much regard as an opposite number over there, so that our link with a Bulgarian teaching, which was the teaching of somebody called Peter Donov, has become very cordial. Now, that isn't at an organizational level, it's at a personal level. I don't know the people who run the Bulgarian Brotherhood, as they call themselves. What I do know is people who are in a direct sort of lineage from the teacher himself, Peter Dunhoff. And in terms of our subject today, the first thing that I want to say is it was by no chance that I was going to the mountains rather than to the city. I obviously arrived in the city, but got out into the mountains the very next morning, despite the loss of my money. And Peter Dunhoff said that everyone should have time off, ideally in the mountains. Obviously, dear Hein, if you live in the Netherlands, being in the mountains is more tricky, but you've just been to Switzerland, haven't you? In this day and age, we can get next door if necessary. Because the quality of both the air and the spiritual atmosphere is so much clearer when you go to the mountains. And one of the things that I have found in the Bulgarian mountains is when you get really high. I've walked along a high mountain ridge at 9,000 feet. My feet have been touching the earth all the time. But for those of you who are used to a spiritual vocabulary, I have felt so completely that I am functioning at the etheric or an even higher level rather than the physical level. Although it all begins at the feet, you don't lose touch with the earth, but you do feel really connected at that spiritual level. But the Bulgarian Brotherhood are all vegetarian. They're much stricter with their vegetarianism than we are in the lodge. They have a very real concept of the other world, of the angelic world. They certainly would not wish to hurt anything. And the sense of contact with the natural world is a vital ingredient of that teaching. It's not just about living in a city and doing your best. It is about being very present with the richer life that lies outside the city. And I think that there is a real bond with White Eagle there. Some of you are meeting White Eagle for the first time by coming today, so my apologies if I say anything that is sort of utterly new to you, but I hope that I can give you something which will be beneficial. White Eagle would agree with most of the things I've already said about Bulgaria. I feel very certain. It's quite a sort of, when you see them, they kind of both have that same look in their eyes, Peter Dunhoff and White Eagle. And one of the reasons why we call White Eagle by that name is that although he is a being who speaks from spirit and has been through many, many incarnations, the particular incarnational vibration that he wanted to bring for us was the Native American, precisely because the Native American is so close to nature. And so deep in White Eagle's teaching is this desire to be around the campfire, to listen to the animals, to develop sensitivity, awareness, compassion. And I'm summarizing, of course, enormously here, to be aware of beauty. And it's on that beauty that I want to just finish my very brief talk. I don't know of any other spiritual teaching that is so interested in promoting our awareness of beauty as White Eagle's. I really do think it is something pretty specific to White Eagle's teaching, to see beauty in everything. And that is, even in decay, we tend to think, oh, well, there's a destructive aspect to nature as well. It has to crumble, and sometimes it's revolting. Well, I offer you autumn. And I don't think I need to say anything more than that. We are in autumn. I have a feeling that many of you are quite fond of autumn. For me, it's the best of all the seasons. So we certainly won't shun decay. It's an absolutely vital part of life. Learning to love that decay, though, is part of White Eagle's teaching. But we also appreciate nature and its beauty in other ways. One is that a lot of the White Eagle path is to do with meditation. And White Eagle's form of meditation is quite visual, and the visual aspect will normally focus on a symbol of beauty. I say a symbol, it may be specifically a symbol at times, or it may be just something that is beautiful, like a still lake or distant mountains or whatever. But those images will come from nature all the time. And the fact that they are beautiful has its own spiritual reward. When you focus on beauty, not quite in the aesthetic sense, but more in terms of developing sensitivity, feeling almost an emotional response to beauty. I don't mean emotional, get all worked up, but I do mean feel it in your heart. And it takes us into a very peaceful place when you focus on beauty. The still lake, the mountains in the distance, a glade of trees, and so on, and so on. And when we perceive beauty in that way, we love it. And that's a word that I haven't used so far in this talk, but my goodness, it is the one that matters most of all. It leads us into loving nature. Sensitivity, awareness, compassion. We love nature, and that which we love, we are very loath to destroy. And if we can carry that principle into all of the decisions we make about life, then, goodness, the world will be a different place, won't it? I had a paragraph to read you from White Eagle's teaching about beauty. I'm probably overrunning, but I'm going to take a risk and read at least part of it, because with our missing speakers, we have got a little bit of time. We have another very important message for you. We ask you to concentrate on beauty. We have a very good reason for saying this. The earth is grey, and at times a dark mist hovers over your earth. We won't say any more, except that you will know that on your earth there is ugliness of speech, sound, buildings, in so many departments of life. What we all have to do is to create beauty. Beauty is a spiritual food, beauty of form, beauty in nature, in Mother Earth, beauty in colour, in movement, in music, in thought, in expression. All these aspects of beauty are so important. By your concentration upon beauty, in your surroundings, in yourself, in your thoughts, try to convey beauty into the lives of others around you. See perfection. Ignore all the ignorant chatter. Do you not feel, as we speak, the harmony of life? No one can form any idea of the grandeur and the beauty of the infinite scheme. There is no such thing in all creation as splendid isolation, no separation between any form of life, but all is blended in one harmonious whole. What appears to be error, destructiveness, has behind it great power, wisdom and love, outworking through you in an awareness of the vast brotherhood of life. Seated in a circle around our campfire, we feel in our innermost being a living peace, true brotherhood and unity. Let us radiate this peace, a creative power, into the ether, so that it may find a resting place in the deep subconscious mind of humanity. Thank you all.
Remember what I'm talking about? Brilliant. Thank you. It's quite a hard act to follow. Colin's very gentle and beautiful talk, and the lovely music and singing that we had earlier. So, hello, I'm Michael Dent. I'm Director of Fundraising for the Worldwide Fund for Nature in the UK. And my talk is bringing the world back to life through the triple challenge of food, nature, and climate. And I will explain a bit what that is and how it all comes together. But just like to say first, it's an absolute privilege to be here at the Temple of Light for this event. I'm a long-standing member of the White Eagle Lodge, and I'm also very passionate about nature and the environment and the world and global biodiversity. So that's almost like the overall framing of the talk. But I think we just need to be aware, and it's been touched on already, Colin mentioned it, nature is under threat. There is huge pressures and challenges on the environment and the planet. Key iconic species, like this lovely tiger here, have been under more threat than ever before. Our coral reefs across the globe are fragile, and the very fabric and biodiversity of the Earth face more threats than ever before. A very recent Worldwide Fund for Nature report on the planet has shown that I think 69% of wildlife species had declined since 1970s. So there is increasing threats on the world, and some of our key landscapes are reaching tipping points in terms of the Amazon, in terms of the Arctic, in terms of coral reefs, and even thinking of tiger populations. At the 1900s, there were 100,000 tigers across the globe. Now there's only a few thousand. So there's a huge impact on some of these big, iconic species. And the Amazon rainforest, often described as the lungs of the world, is being destroyed at a rate of 10,000 acres every day. For deforestation, for animal feed, for logging, for gold mining. So it is having an impact on our global biodiversity. And then closer to home, I mean, the UK, I mean, you come here, beautiful grounds here, absolutely teeming with nature and wildlife and rabbits and everything. But the UK is one of the most nature-depleted countries in the world. We've lost 53% of our biodiversity in the UK. And it's really hard to see, really, because time moves on and you don't quite realise. I remember when my first ever job was working for the Dorset Wildlife Trust. I was a fundraising officer, and our first appeal was for hedgerow habitats. because 50% of hedgerows had been lost in the last 50 years across the UK. And hedgerows provide essential wildlife corridors for woodland birds, for butterflies, for insects, for mammals. And it's really important to say that. And until I started working there, I didn't really notice or understand the hedgerows had been removed at great scales. And also insects. Colin was interestingly touched on insects. I thought he was going to steal my thunder on insects, but luckily it was strayed back onto beauty. But on a personal basis, when I was younger, we used to always go for an annual family holiday in the UK, normally in the Yorkshire Dales or the Isle of Wight. I used to get into the family car. We were zooming up the motorway. I think there was ABBA probably playing on the stereo. And we used to have a lovely holiday. And then when we came back home, my dad always used to spend a few hours with washing up liquid, washing the windscreens of the car, washing all of the dead flies off that had been caught on the motorway. And when I think back now, when was the last time I've washed a dead fly off a car windscreen? Not very recently. And that's because there's been a 60% decline in insects over the last 20 years. I mean, so there is impact on our local biodiversity. Also, when I was at the Dorset Wildlife Trust, we did another appeal, which was on red squirrel protection. The red squirrels are quite rare in the UK, in Scotland and various other places, but they did exist in Dorset, where I was working. And we launched this Adopt a Red Squirrel appeal, which was a symbolic ask, a bit cheesy, but what we found, it was a great way of engaging particularly young people into the issues affecting local wildlife and the wider impacts. And when you step back and think of what we're doing at WWF, there are a lot of animal adoptions that we have. And the reason we do them is they're very popular with families, with young people, very successful fundraising, but also, and most importantly, they're a way to, an entry point into some of the bigger issues of deforestation, the bigger issues of climate change. Because systems change, it's not really sexy, you're not really engaging people in it, but species is often the way in to engage people in some of the bigger issues. And we have a popular orangutan adoption, and including this lovely magazine that comes out to our supporters. And I mean, it's full of facts on your species, habitats, threats. Lovely poster. It looks a bit like Column, actually. Sorry. But it's and it's got things about deforestation and palm oil and threats, and it's a great way to engage the younger generation, who are the people of the future, in wildlife, and in particularly the threats to it through our wider systems. And I've already touched on it, and I think it will come up in some of the talks later. Food, how we consume and how we produce food, drives about 60% of global nature loss. And people don't really necessarily link food production with nature loss, but it's a big driver, particularly in the Amazon. Deforestation for the growing of animal feed for meat production is one of the biggest drivers of the trees being cut down, really. And when you think of global dietary trends, which is going towards meat and dairy, combined with population increases, I think 50% more food is required by 2050. So there is these big land pressures on some of our most precious biodiversity areas. And then thinking on climate, we've all experienced the increased heat that's happening across the globe, the fires across Europe, particularly this summer. And the predictions of global temperatures rising. I think the predictions are the current trajectory, we'll hit 1.5 degrees by 2030. And at 1.5 degrees, I mean, in the UK, that means all puffins will be extinct. And globally, all coral reefs would have been lost at 1.5 degrees. So this is pressing at the moment. But it's not all doom and gloom. There is hope. There are hundreds of examples all over the world of people coming together and working in harmony to bring our world back to life. It's really important that we must avert climate change. We must transform the way we produce and consume food. And we must restore our rivers, seas, and forests to enable wildlife and nature to thrive in harmony with people. At WWF, we call this the triple challenge of food, nature, and climate coming together. And we must work with communities, with government, with business, and with people all over the world to make this a reality. There are some more examples of positive steps. The UK government has pledged to create the first net zero finance centre in the UK. And finance is another one of these things that there's not a natural link, but actually the flows of money and finance into climate-friendly projects or not has a big impact. And then from a food perspective, at the recent COP26 conference, 10 UK supermarkets pledged to halve the environmental impact of the average shopping basket of a nature commitment. And this is huge by 2030. This will affect supply chains, food waste, and the way we consume and buy food. And from a nature perspective, while we talked about tigers earlier, there has been huge declines, but in the last 5 years, tiger numbers are up 50%. Through more landscape management across the globe. Black rhino numbers are increasing. Mountain gorillas numbers are increasing for the first time. The giant panda, for the first time ever, is off the critical endangered list, which is a fabulous result. Beavers are back in Devon. And there's a lot of really innovative seagrass and seaweed projects across the UK. And seagrass is quite interesting. It's almost called the rainforest of the sea, and it has an ability to absorb carbon at a greater rate than trees. So there's lots of projects happening across Scotland and Pembrokeshire to drive more seagrass. But people often ask me, what can I do? This is like big, global, complex problems, and what can I do? And I was looking at the other day through the book called The Quiet Mind, which is this classic white eagle, sayings of a white eagle. And I personally found this a very powerful book. And I was strolling through it, and I got to page 50, a page that I realized I had never read before. And it's called, there's a little quote which I'm going to read, which just sort of struck a chord with me. So it's called, "The master stroll is strong to serve," and this quote is, "to heal the world. Behind you is the power beyond your comprehension. God only awaits for his children to be willing to be a channel. He only waits for you to serve, knowing that you are nothing. May the channel open wide and the light flood through. By your mental direction, it can go forth to heal nations, to heal the world." And I read this passage, and it just felt right in terms of what people can do. People can become a channel to help make a difference. And this book is also very powerful in that I always carry it with me, or try and carry it with me, when I've been traveling or away. And I was recently in hospital, and my partner was asking me, do I need anything, like, and I needed some pajamas, but I was also asking for The Quiet Mind, and that came with me, really. So if you do anything, if you buy any book today, make sure it's The Quiet Mind, because it's really useful and a real heartfelt companion. But in terms of things, what people can practically do, I mean, a big thing is almost like becoming aware of the issues. Becoming aware of the issues and the impacts and the way that you live your lives. Because everyone lives their lives slightly differently. And the fact people are coming here, and this talk these talks is a way to engage and understand, because it is complex. Secondly, can you have a more plant-friendly diet? I mean, I'm a lifelong vegetarian, so that's natural, but I mean, there are more plant-based, the growing trend in plant-based eating and dietary requirements across the globe. So that's a good and practical positive step to have an impact. Get renewable energy if you haven't already for your electric. I mean, that's another simple step, but quite easy to do. Invest ethically. This comes up a lot at work through the finance. I think a green pension, I think, is 5 times more effective than not flying at all. So, I mean, there are some huge impacts and practical things. And, I mean, I've written here, vote for change, probably a UK election in the next 12 months. So, I mean, we need lobbying in terms of green issues and all of that. But also, I think, and most importantly, having the right attitude and the right positive thought. And I'll just finish on another White quote from the lovely book of Starlight here, and it's saying, as you open your heart and mind to your whole being to the star, the outer self becomes radiant in the light of the star. All worry, all disquiet drops away as you bathe in the beautiful golden light. So I'm going to end on that point. But no, it's important just to keep on keeping on.
Well, I don't know about you, but I want that tiger. But I think perhaps I'd better sponsor a tiger rather than grab that one. Dear everyone, this brings us up to our coffee break. We're only just a little bit behind our schedule, so we're doing very well. Hein will be with us after coffee, but we're also going to have an attunement at 12 o'clock, which Jenny is going to lead. And again, for those of you who aren't used to the White Eagle Way, part of our ritual, our daily ritual, is to send out the light at 12 o'clock. Michael mentioned the star, and we send it out in the form of a 6-pointed star, a symbol of great power, but also of harmony between the higher world and this one. And that, of course, is absolutely what we're striving for with everything we're saying today. Real harmony between our aspirations, between the divine power that comes down into us, and working to fulfill lives of service in the world. So that is the spirit behind the attunement that Jenny will be leading at 12. In the meantime, enjoy a coffee break. And if you want to go outside, thank goodness aren't we lucky with the day, and enjoy the grounds. Anna will be taking us on a walk round the grounds, but no reason why you shouldn't get a little bit of a taste of them now. So enjoy and be back here in good time for 12 o'clock. See you then.
thrills me if I'm visiting a cathedral and there's the call to prayer and the silence at 12 noon. And a very important part of White Eagle's teaching has always been to ask us to remember, if we can, what he calls the magical hours, 3, 6, 9, and 12. And loving Islam as I do, and the call to prayer in Islam, that just absolutely thrills my heart. It feels so good to me that we here in White Eagle's work make a special point of the call to prayer, but it's an inner call, isn't it? So inwardly now we are called to prayer at this important time of the day, 12 noon. And this prayer, our sending out the light at 12 noon, our friends and followers all over the world join with us, obviously, their own local time. But the feeling of being together, all doing something to help the world, because we all can. This is what gives me great hope for the future. So, let us withdraw from the busy world. In the quietness, we feel the softness of our breathing. Out and in. Out and in. As we breathe, we feel unity with workers for the light all over the world. All people of good will. We feel love for all life. We feel the presence of the angels, and we attune ourselves to the love, wisdom, and power of God. We feel a presence of the Christ being here among us. In this awareness, we come into the greater temple of light and of healing in the higher world. The rays of the golden sun pour down on us. We see the form of the six-pointed star in the heart of the sun. We feel its blessing, its power. We are in the star. As we rest in this consciousness, we are filled with light, with healing, with love. All separation disappears. We are one. let us hold within the golden healing light all those who have asked for healing, whose names are written in the book which lies on the altar in the healing temple in the world of spirit. We see them all perfect in the heart of the star. We remember, too, those whom we know personally to be in need. We name them silently and see them perfect in the heart of the star. Now, let us hold all humanity in the golden light by all the power of love within our hearts. We send forth the light. We send it forth as a star of light, a blazing star reaching into and dispersing all shadow throughout the world. And particularly at this time, we remember the leaders and the people of all countries where there is conflict, where there is special need, and those areas affected by natural disasters. And we give thanks to the great angels of the star for their help and our opportunity to work with them. Amen. We have been together in attunement and harmony one with another. Let us now prepare to re-enter the everyday consciousness. We do so in peace, with joy, and in thankfulness for this communion with the source of healing. Amen. Amen. Amen.
I'd like to introduce Hein Fleuren from the Netherlands. Thank you for coming all that way.
So, good afternoon, fellow souls. Thank you, Colin, for inviting me. I would like to start apologizing because after this beautiful energy, I have to destroy it a bit because I have to bring a kind of heavy message. And Colin was talking this morning about awareness. And what I want to do is, because I want to talk about world hunger and how to solve it. And knowing about world hunger starts with awareness. So I'm going to throw some numbers at you. But I promise that I will end very hopeful. So don't be worried. So the UK has about 67 million people. Am I right? Total UK. So, and I use this number because many of you live here, have traveled here, and know a little bit what 67 million people is. My first question to you is, how many people do you think go to bed hungry tonight in terms of the amount of the UK? Is it half the UK? Is it one time the UK? 2 times the UK? What do you think? Just around the world. Around the world. Yeah. 10 times. So it's you're actually quite close. It's 12 times. 811 million people go to bed hungry tonight, and tomorrow night, and the night after. So that's the first one. The second one is, and just ponder with the 6 things, the 6 facts I'm going to mention. 4 out of 10 people on this planet cannot afford a nutritious meal. So some people, they can get a meal, but it's not nutritious. Because there's no tomato or orange or kiwi in it, or no vegetables. That means that more than 3 billion people on this planet are not fed well. The hardest one for me is the next one. 2.5 times the UK are children who get wasted or stunted. So that's more than 150 million children under 5 years. They simply don't have enough food. So they are what is called wasted, then you are too thin for your age, or you get stunted, and then you are too tiny for your age. The next one. In Europe, and I include the UK, in Europe, in Europe, we throw away 127 kilograms of food every year per person. 127 kilograms. That's 13 big shoppers, really heavy shoppers, per person. To relate it to the previous topic, if we could collect it and send it to the children, we could feed all children of the world. All of them. Nearly the final one. 80%, and that's referring also to what Michael was talking about, 80% of our agricultural grounds, the current agricultural grounds, are not used for human food. They are for animals. And the last one is that per person on this planet, we kill 10 animals per year. And then you should think, that's an average. In India, they hardly eat meat. In China, they also don't eat so much meat. That's already nearly 3 billion people. And to my opinion, this spiritually means a lot. Because I think we are all interconnected, whether we know it or not, unconsciously, consciously. And the White Eagle, the teacher of many of us, calls this the group consciousness. You might not be aware of it, or you might slowly get aware of it. But to my opinion, it means that if people are hungry, we also feel their problems. And I even would go so far that I think we compensate it somehow. We are maybe well fed, but we are also hungry. And I think we compensate that in buying far too many things, eating far too much. There's a counter-side to things. Besides, I think we are not really embracing life, the topic of today. We kill so many animals with whom we are also connected. And I think this cruelty circulates in our consciousness, in our group consciousness. And the final one is regarding this waste. So many animals and plants have given their life to feed us, and we disrespectfully throw it away. So it's a big waste, also in terms of spirituality. I'm now turning to the more hopeful part. Phew. What is the biggest meal you ever prepared? Thinking of procurement, transportation to your home or to another location. For Christmas. What's the biggest meal you ever prepared, including shopping and transport to your home? What's the biggest number? 40? 100? How many people? Or how many kilograms? 18? Yeah. Yeah. So, please think one moment about the following. If I would ask you for next year to feed twice the population of the entire UK, so some 150 million people, how would you tackle that? And delegate. Because I don't think you can go to the Sainsbury's or the Asda's. And so there is a lot, that means a lot of food. And one of the organizations in this world who is working on exactly this problem is the United Nations World Food Programme. And the United Nations World Food Programme, headquartered in Rome, they are the biggest aid organization on this planet. And what a lot of people don't know is they are also one of the largest transporters. To feed the number of people I just asked you, they procure around, they give a lot of cash and vouchers, but they also procure a lot of food. Around 5 million metric tons. That's a huge number, but to make it visual, you know the big trucks driving around here. From here, in Newlands, to the headquarters of the United Nations in Rome, and back, when you would load these trucks, and you would make a queue of trucks until Rome and back, that's 5 million metric tons. So you would be driving 4 days from here, completely alone food trucks. So it's an immense amount. And one of the things they are wondering about is, how should we feed people? And so what to buy? Should we buy lentils? Should we buy beans? Should we buy rice or maize? And where should we buy it? Should we buy it in Australia? Should we buy it in Europe, in the US, Brazil? And once you have decided that, you can think of how to transport it. You can send it by plane, by boat. There are several boat routes, etc. Now, that is exactly this, let's say, this decision problem on where to buy, how much to buy, what to buy. That's a kind of where, let's say, the mathematics come in. What we do is we develop so-called optimization models, very beautiful models, thinking of beauty. And these models, we develop them, and they can be run on, let's say, a normal computer, like Tom is using there, and in a few minutes' time, these things can be resolved. Think of it as a human being, we can oversee, let's say, 6, 7 decisions. That's our brain is capable of. With these models, you can oversee millions of decisions at the same time. So within a few minutes' time, it is solved and we could help. So I was lucky to get involved in this. I've been, some 13 years ago, I've been, I think 40 times to Rome, to headquarters, and to discuss with these people how we could tackle this using mathematics. And I was lucky to be there, lucky between quotes, because some say that luck is God's logic. But I was very much touched by what they are doing. Not only because they are feeding so many people, but when you enter their headquarters, on the walls you see a lot of pictures. Pictures of their operations. You see huge boats, aircraft, helicopters, but also elephants to distribute the food. But you also see, let's say, pictures of people they help on the wall. And there's one which touched me very much, and that is this one. Maybe you can see it online. This is a small Yazidi girl. I don't know her personally, but she's hungry. Please have a look at her eyes later on, if you like. And that inspired me very much to help, or to help helping, actually. At the same time, some 12, 13 years ago, something else happened. Jenny was in the Netherlands for a retreat. And I was only a few years in the lodge. I didn't know her so well. But she was there. And at a particular moment, I felt the urge to talk to her and to tell about this work. Not to impress her, but somehow I thought she needs to know it. I don't know what happened and what you did. She has been, I think, sending out a light towards the hungry people, towards our project. She has prayed for it, she has meditated for it, I don't know. The results are amazing. Because I will mention two things. We have developed these models with WFP and these mathematical models, and it took several years, because especially getting the data right is awful. It takes a huge time. And once we had these things ready, in 2021, so 2 years ago, WFP publicly announced that they could feed, with exactly the same budget they had, they could feed 2 million people more annually. And so that really And I was so surprised by it. And you might say 2 million is not that much in terms of the hundreds of millions we were talking earlier about, but you should be one of these 2 million. Another one is, meanwhile, at the university, we were thinking, what can we do more to solve hunger in the world? And we established the so-called Zero Hunger Lab, and I'm still working for that, where we use data science for food security in all forms. We thought at that time, and that's another amazing fact, we thought at that time maybe 5 to 8 researchers. Last Thursday, I left the meeting and we are already with 30 researchers. It has become really huge. And I see a lot of researchers are really wanting to do something for society, for the world, for the planet. And that's a very hopeful sign for me. And the most nice thing I like is most of them are very young people. They are so motivated. They seem, I really sometimes have the impression we don't need to give them a spiritual book. We, reading a lot of spiritual book, I guess we should listen to them. They seem so determined. They seem to know so well what they want. They are not thinking about a car. They are thinking how they can help as many people as possible. So what they have done, and I really should give them the credits, in the 4 or 5 years that we are working now, we have done over 80 projects worldwide. We are helping World Vision in, let's say, the refugees fleeing from Venezuela. We are helping the Red Cross in the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, because they want to know where the biggest needs are. And we use a lot of data science, the large language models. You know them maybe from ChatGPT. We use exactly the same models to help people. One of the things I like most is we are detecting malnutrition with children by simply using artificial intelligence on an iPhone. Simply by taking a picture. Now a mother has to go to a doctor and they are weighing and measuring the child. But that you can imagine in Africa or South America, there are not that many medical posts like here in the UK or the Netherlands. So they have to travel a long time. By simply taking a picture, we can, within 1 second, determine whether a child is malnourished or not. So it also saves a lot of time from doctors and nurses, which can be spent on other things. If you'd like to know more about what we are doing, there's a free copy of The New Scientist, talking a little bit about our projects. It's in the bookstall. And if you want to give a donation, please give it to the lodge. So, my final part. People are often asking me, will hunger be solved in 2030? Because that's what we agreed as the United Nations, as all nations together, to eradicate hunger by 2030. Now, if you look at the numbers, I'm not very hopeful. But I don't want to think too much about the numbers. Because I see so many positive signs. And in terms of food, what you can think of, because maybe you are asking yourself, how can I contribute to this huge global issue? But it's exactly in the line of the previous speakers. Think small and do small. Work from your heart. And in terms of food, there are only a few very simple things. Don't try to throw away food. Please reuse it. Yeah? So try to really reduce. As much as possible, don't eat meat or fish. Yeah? As much as possible, I say. Yeah? So don't feel guilty when you need to. And maybe give a small donation to what you can afford to one of these hunger organizations. Because I believe in a very strong power. And I'm going to illustrate this to you in a mathematical way, without formulas, so don't be worried. So, we all know that sometimes a pond is completely covered with duckweed. duckweed doubles every day. So it takes 100 days for a complete pond to be covered. How much, in percentage-wise, do you think the pond is covered after 90 days? 90 of the 100 days. How much is covered, do you think? In percentage of the surface? All of it? Yeah? 45%. Sorry? About 45%. 45%? All of it? 85? 85. Let me tell you, it's 0.1%. 0.1%. It's 1,000. I'm going to help you. At day 90, it's 0.1%. It doubles every day. So after 2 days, it's 4 times as much. So on day 92, it's 0.4%. On day 92, it's 0.4%. Day 94, it's 1.6%. On day 96, it's 6.4%. And on day 98, it's 25%. Day 99, 50%. Day 100, it's covered. This is exactly, and I really have to think often about this, because White Eagle is always telling us that the Aquarian age takes time, but it will come sooner than we think. And exactly this phenomena is, let's say, a kind of mathematical phenomena that I think will help us. So if we do small things in our environment, somehow, consciously or unconsciously, we infect others around us. We have this multiplication effect. And after only a few steps, you see how far it goes, how fast it goes, sorry. You see how fast it goes. And therefore, I think when we reach that, then we can really embrace all life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ryan, so very much for that. I do think you ought to put your picture on the organ. Yep. It's a very moving picture, that. And we've had tigers there, so I think not both at the same time, though. Thank you. Thank you anyway. And I've lost, I keep not saying you did, over to you.
Thank you. Hello everybody, my name's Jane Upchurch, and I want to just start with a little memory of mine from what Heinz said, and Colin referred to this as well, that I went to a reunion of people from my college, and there was a young man there, Andy, who I really didn't know very well. He wasn't in my in my group at all there. And he hailed me over and said, "Jane." I said, "Yes." He said, "Do you remember when we were here that I was about to kill a spider and you told me not to?" Well, I did not remember that. I said, "Okay." He said, "I remember it all the time and I teach my children the same thing." So you never know when some little thing you do is going to have a good effect. So I'm basing what I'm talking today about on actually what the theme for our conference in March was, which is the unity. Hein talked about it a little bit, that not just spiritual awareness, but also science now shows that at an inner underlying level, we are all linked, we're all one. And interestingly, the United Nations is one of the organizations that has taken up this unitive narrative and is working to live by that. So you don't see it on the media, but there's some exciting things happening. So at one level, that we are all one. And what I want to do is I want to, again, as Colin said, it doesn't start with the action. The action's important, but it starts with the heart, with the inner heart. So I want to talk about a love relationship with Gaia. And because we've had a lot of wonderful talks, as well as talking, to just change the pace a bit, I'm going to be reading some of my poetry on the same theme, obviously. So the first poem, I don't know how many of you have heard of Jude Currivan. So Jude Currivan is one of the scientists that writes books and lectures about this, about the unitive narrative. Her group is Whole World View. And her latest book is called The Story of Gaia. And she asked me to write the theme poem for it, so this is it. In the beginning, a breath, so simple yet perfect, an exhalation of space-time interwoven with energy and dark energy, matter and dark matter, and early atoms of hydrogen and helium dancing, singing, cooling. No random bang, but beauty, design, purpose. The weight of the womb-like night birthed early stars, alchemical cauldrons of elements needed for later, fine-tuning and exact matching of resonances to craft carbon, nitrogen, and oxygen, our building blocks of organic life. She caught me on that because I put of life, and she said, no, of organic life, because everything's conscious, everything's sentient, everything's alive. Then the thermonuclear blast that seeded space with stardust. What power coalesced our planet, held and informed by her own star, Sol, and twinned with our moon, so their dance drives healing tides and future forms. Gaia is not a static sphere, but a flow of magnetic tectonic rocks, feeding oceans, making air, changing and affecting each other in a dynamic interplay of cohesion. And so with the biosphere, myriad beings finding relationship and balance in self-adjusting ecosystems of innate unity and complete diversity. This is not blind, not accidental. We embody cosmic intelligence, are sentient beings. We are part of each other's past. We affect each other's present. We are Gaians. We can co-create our future together. So I love the term Gaia because actually I was kicked out of my last church because I believed in Gaia. How can I be one with Hitler? I can't accept this unity at all. But the term, and Gaia is a goddess, but Gaia is a term to show that all the different aspects of our beautiful planet, they all work and interrelate together as if the whole planet is a living organism. And of course, what lots of people talk about, when lots of people talk about Gaia, they're saying, isn't Gaia wonderful? But we are part of Gaia too. We're all part of Gaia. So what does it mean to be a Gaian? We are all Gaians. What does it mean to live within the all-encompassing breath, mind, heart, spirit of cosmos? What does it mean to be so intimately connected to each and every part of Gaia? I'm going to quote from Michael Linfield, who's the president of Meditation Mount in California. And he wrote this on becoming Gaian. What is the difference between living as a human and living as a Gaian? As humans, we go about our lives looking at the world as an external reality, something existing outside ourselves. As a Gaian, we think, feel, and act within a deeply sensed knowing that the whole earth lives inside us and that we live inside the whole earth. A Gaian is a conscious fractal of the multidimensional ecosystem that constitutes the living planet. A Gaian is a microcosm of Gaia, a sacred space of synthesis where life meets life and knows itself to be at one with all. A human being lives on the earth, while a Gaian lives as the earth. So this is not just about ensuring that our working relationship with Gaia is compassionate and informed. Those things are essential. It's more than that, and it's deeper than that. This is about realizing and living in the fact that it's about intimacy and belonging. And for me, the word that describes that best is love. This is about a love relationship with Gaia. So my second poem. Encounter. The wood is not so much a place as a presence, each tree holding space under its branches like a shelter. The air along the paths rich with their slow breath and the trampled scent of spice. The leaves are light, greens grading to gold with the sun's flicker, softening the body of each vista like a pulse. Rain is caught by the canopy overhead until it slides earthwards with plops and drops long after the rain has stopped. One falls on my cheek, but I miss the twirling leaf I chase, kissing others that still cling to their branches, kisses soft to skin. To be in a love relationship with Gaia is wonderful for the planet, but it's also wonderful for us. For me, it's the source of what we're talking about today. As we notice or greet or thank or relate to or respect Gaia or any part of Gaia, it's feeding the soul of Gaia. And as that feeds the soul of Gaia, it feeds us because we're part of Gaia too. A love relationship is not a one-way street. Of course, rocks and water can't love in the same way that human beings do, but animals can come pretty close. And interestingly, Wednesday just gone was the day of Francis of Assisi, and he called animals his brothers and sisters. We know he called Father, Son, and Sister Moon, but the animals were his brothers and sisters, and others have talked about that. So what difference would it make if we honoured the essence of the earth, the air, the water, and the fire as the shamans do? What difference would it make if we saw the natural world as the indigenous people do, not as what, but who? And I have another quote here from Robin Wall Kimmerer in her book, Braiding Sweetgrass, about the American indigenous folks. Imagine walking through a richly inhabited world of birch people, bear people, rock people, beings we think of and therefore speak of as persons worthy of our respect, of inclusion in a peopled world. Imagine the possibilities. Imagine the access we would have to different perspectives, the things we might see through other eyes, the wisdom that surrounds us. We don't have to figure out everything by ourselves. There are intelligences other than our own, teachers all around us. Imagine how less lonely the world would be. End of quote. I'm going to talk about plants. We know something about the consciousness of plants, and experiments have been done to show how they respond to our emotions. But think how intimate it is that all of us breathe in the oxygen that plants breathe out, and plants breathe in the carbon dioxide that we breathe out. It's so intimate, it's like lovers sharing breath. And it's not just oxygen. If we walk among trees, we're breathing in phytoncides that they produce. Do any of you know about phytoncides? Any of you? They're amazing. So they're chemicals that plants produce that are naturally antibacterial and antifungal. So if we're walking among trees, we're naturally breathing in medicine. So many people say, oh, I feel so good walking among trees. Well, this is one of the reasons. So they know scientifically that these phytoncides affect us. They boost our mood and our immune system. They reduce our blood pressure and our stress. They improve our sleep, and they help fight cancer and depression. It's incredible. And then even more intimate than breathing in the air of plants, which is what we do all the time, thank you, trees, is that we eat them. And as we eat the body of a plant, it becomes part of our body. It's a bit like a Gaian Eucharist. Next poem, Rebreathing. Well, it's poetic prose, really. Rebreathing. Here I am, alive in my beloved garden, my heart like a sponge soaked in sherry but ready for more. I am witness to the morning. I have lain by its side as it slumbered and have now come to live in its light. It rolls over me. The darkness is scattered through the garden, gathered in pockets under trees. Twilight, neither dark nor light, neither night nor day, a borderland. This is private time, and the garden and I are one. The morning and I are sisters. God and I are friends. There is silence in the morning, silence and space to find myself, to find the day. The air is moving so gently. It is alive. It is breathing itself in and out of the leaves, in and out of insects, in and out of my lungs. It is carrying messages. It is preparing to carry the sun. It is our invisible envelope of well-being, of space between us and other that separates and allows us to find our own truth, and that joins us to other, so we are all one. Right now, it is quietly waiting. The air that I feel on my skin, that I'm breathing in and out, this air that feels like mine, marooned in my garden, has come hoppity-skip from faraway places. I can be breathing atoms from Iceland, from the ocean, from America. My dog is next to me. I'm rebreathing her breath. I'm rebreathing the breath of my far-flung friends. I'm rebreathing the breath of humanity. I'm rebreathing the breath of Gaia. I've heard artists say that their greatest skill isn't in painting or drawing or sculpting. It is in noticing. So this is an invitation to notice, to be aware not just of the magnificent trees and the birds that sing, but of insects, of little creatures, and even things you can't see. As I'm sure most of you know, that not only do you have roots in the soil, under the ground, that you have this amazing mycelium of fungi connecting them and operating joining with information and water and all sorts. So we are part of these rich ecosystems that we walk around. And so part of how love starts is to notice them and to be aware of them and to see what they are so that we can develop that love relationship with them. Because we aren't separate. We are Gaia. We are part of Gaia. Two aspects to my practice. One, when I'm walking the dogs, is I find a place under the trees. It's an old medieval field boundary. There's oaks there. When you stand there, there's roots underneath that you can't see. There's the trunks behind, and there's the leaves that come right over here. So I'm enveloped by them. And I sing them a song. I kind of walk around north, south, east, west and sing them a song of love. And I can feel their welcome as I come there. The other thing I do is that nothing outside human beings and some animals can recognize words. But how do we communicate? How do I communicate love and interest to a spider, to the tree? I use words, so I talk a lot. I talk a lot to the spiders, to anything that's sick, not all the time, not mad, but as you go around, something will kind of, it's as if they're greeting you. Here I am. And I will encourage you to talk to them because that engages your emotions, which will be picked up in some amazing way by the other parts of Gaia. So, an invitation to find ways that you can develop that love relationship with the planet, with Gaia, and to notice and to weave a tapestry of love and awareness as the tall ones. I was talking to a tree as I was walking along, and I was very aware that the trees are all static, and the tree sees me as the tall one moving along. So we, the tall ones, move through the more than human world. And just another invitation before I read my last poem. I was sitting at home thinking, what can I do? We all think that. What can I do to help people love the world more, to help there to be awareness? So for a few years now, I send out what I call Praying for the Planet email once a month. And I don't want to say, isn't it awful that all of these things are happening? I think most people are aware enough of that. So I usually take one particular aspect. I've been doing rocks at the moment. It might be moss, it might be soil, whatever. And just write about it so that people can, it can increase their awareness, because you can't love something very well if you don't know anything about it. increases our awareness, and hopefully increases our love and our compassion for them. So Bill, my husband, on the book table, he's got a sign-up sheet. So if you would like to receive my Praying for the Planet emails once a month, please sign up. But please make sure you clearly print your email address so that we can read it, so that it does get to you. And my last poem, The Code. This is my daughter's favourite poem of mine. This is the code for approaching a flower next to the road. Stop. Draw it towards you gently. Slowly breathe it in. Let it settle in your soul. Kiss its petals. Whisper thank you, and then move on.
Microphone. Thank you, dear Jane. You've so beautifully led on from the awareness that I was trying to prepare everyone for at the beginning of the day. Now, we're running slightly behind schedule, which was entirely intentional since we're missing two of our speakers. One we'd already accounted for, but the other one we're having to deal with spontaneously today because we only heard of Philip's being unwell just before we started. But we were going to have a question and answer session now. I'm not going to call the panelists up and put chairs out for them, though we probably will this afternoon. But we've just got 10 minutes for any questions or contributions that you may want to make in response to this morning's speakers. Anything you'd like to say? Do we have the roving mic for that? So, anyone want the microphone? Back there. Aha, Chris, yes. I'm going to get fit running around.
Thank you. No, it was just tying in with what one or two people were saying, that I was at a horticultural talk just a few days ago, and there was a lady there who was she propagated plants, and she was talking about splitting up, and she was really brutal in splitting up composite plants until it was into tiny little individual plants, which she was then seeding on to create more plants. And she was a botanist, and she wasn't spiritual as far as I was aware at all, really. But she was remarking on the fact that it was always the case that when you actually planted 3 or 4 of these tiny little plants in a pot together, they actually flourished a lot more than one individual plant in the pot. And that sort of struck me as being rather nice, that there was a sort of companionship in the growth process.
That's lovely, Chris. Thank you very much. Anyone else? While I'm this end, yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you very much, Hein, for your interesting talk. What makes me so intensely sad, and then Jane helped me get out of that sadness, is where there's so much war, and the warring factions just won't allow the UN even in with some food. And I mean, that is a problem that with the best will of the world, we can't change, can we?
I think we can.
Can we?
I think we can. If we are...
Hang on, I'll just get that too. Oh, you've got a mic there. Sorry. Yeah, Mike's propagating all around.
like the plants in the pot. Huh?
Yeah.
I think we can, but it's more in the line of what we did at the noon service. Hey? Because if we become peaceful in our heart, I think things will change. And they will think, because of the kind of multiplication which is in there, I think suddenly things changes.
Right.
And we have seen the same with, for example, colonialism. It was ended in a relatively short time.
Yeah.
Slavery, the same.
Yes.
But every time that same mechanism underneath, let's say the consciousness is changing, and we
Yes.
need to work on that.
Yes,
and we need to
yes,
work
yes,
on
I
that.
understand. I think maybe the only way I personally can cope with this terrible sadness is what White Eagle often says, is to take a very far away view. And I go really far out into the universe, look at it, and think in terms of centuries, thousands of years.
Yeah.
And that's the only way. But it doesn't help somebody who's hungry now. But I think it's the only way I can cope with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say, Jane, that was wonderful. Oh, that was so uplifting. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A very important question, that, and I'm glad that it was asked. White Eagle, of course, does say, I mean, it's one of the things that animates our getting together today. We will only eradicate warfare when we've eradicated cruelty to the animal world. And so, you know, you begin somewhere, and in my talk at the beginning, I was trying to imply really that it begins with our personal attitude. But as Hein has said, and has been generally pointed out today, these things do mushroom. They move forward, and one person infects two people, and so on. It's just your mathematical model all over again, isn't it? Thank you. I've learned to respect mathematics this morning. Anyone else want to put anything? I haven't got the time in front of me. Yes. Can I reach that across to you?
Sorry.
Can you pass it through? I'll come round.
Hi. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad I'm here. I was late. And I'm also not very good at short stories, so I'm going to do my best. I just want to say that one of the things I gained in my time coming here, because I knew I was going to be late, was enjoying the amazing countryside, particularly the trees that I was able to travel for on the A272, which you can't go fast on. It just won't allow it. And I like driving when I've got a reason to, and obviously quite a vivid imagination. I absolutely love trees, always have, and I have an understanding so far in my childish attitude that everything in life is radiating love. That's the energy all of us lot of Gaia are in and through, and so whenever I feel down or something, I attempt to just let that be the truth of my existence. And then when I admire all these wonderful trees and the landscape, never mind birds and flowers, etc., is that I just imagine that they are radiating their love all the time, even when I'm driving by with the traffic and the filthy things like that, and they're just doing it naturally. That's what they do. That's who they are, these wonderful beings on Gaia, in Gaia, like we. When we're in our best state, that's who we are. And the other thing that just to mention is that one of the things I notice, because we do have cars and lorries that travel along these roads of ours, the trees have to adapt. So you get these sort of almost angular shapes to them, because as the lorries brush past them, they stop them from growing in that direction. And I just think how amazingly tolerant our wonderful world is to allow us to trip over and make these mistakes and be a bit slow to learn. But if our heart's in the right place, we'll make some improvements. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was another lovely contribution there. You want to say something? Mm-hmm. I'll just share something which is just so apropos after what our friend has said. My father, or Jeremy's and my father, was quite a nature mystic. And when he was about 90, we went out for a walk with him. He said, I want to show you my favorite tree. And we thought it was going to be a particularly beautiful tree. It wasn't a particularly beautiful tree. It was a particularly eloquent tree. It spoke to him. And he told us how the first conversation they had had, he was walking past and he suddenly heard the tree speak. And do you know what it said? Why are you human beings so miserable all the time? I've always rather loved that, and I think, you know, apropos of what you said, we can actually trust that there is a happiness in nature that we're still striving after. Did you say you wanted to say something? Or it's now lunchtime? No, I'm going to mention about lunch now because I left my timepiece there. I'm not sure what the time is, but I'm sure our time is up. It must be... Yes, we're just on 1, so we'll break for lunch now, but I'm going to hand over to Anna. You'll presumably tell everyone where to meet you for the walk.
Exactly what I'm going to do, Colin. How did you know? So when those people that want to come on a little stroll, yes, whatever we do, we'll meet outside the main front of the temple immediately after lunch. What time did we say that should happen?
Dragon sound, lovely, thank you. Any other offers at all? Yes. Flowing water, the first sound. Anything else people thought of? Yes.
Humming sounds peaceful to me.
Humming is very peaceful, yes.
The second sound to me was as if it was plants and things growing out of Mother Earth.
Ah, you're very close. I'm going to reveal one of these sounds quite soon.
The symbol was like a vortex tunnel going into light.
Lovely. We're going to come back to these sounds. Some of you will have been brought up, as I was, and my children were, on the C.S. Lewis books, the Narnia stories. People know Narnia? Younger people might not. But in The Magician's Nephew, the children who are going through the back of a wardrobe and various ways into another world, they arrive at the creation of the world. And at the creation of the world, Aslan, who is the god figure in that particular set of books, is actually calling the world into being, making a sound, and the earth is formed, making a sound, and the flowers are formed, making a sound, and the birds fly. So the whole creation of the world is done by sound, and I often feel that this sound is the sound of that love of creation echoing through the universe. It is, of course, a cooperation between me, this beautiful temple, and part of the earth. Chinese wing gong, using material from the earth, all our instruments. In all our instruments, the drum I played at the beginning, cooperation between a goat skin and a piece of wood. Every instrument that we play is a cooperation between us and the natural world. That drum can do no more than I ask it to do, and I can do no more than that goat skin and that wood chooses to give. So you have that relationship built into music. And the notion of resonance and a resonant universe is what I'm going to talk about. No one knows what music is. It is performed, listened to, composed, talked about, but its essential reality is as little understood of that as that of its cousin, electricity. We know it detaches the understanding, enabling thoughts to turn inward upon themselves and clarify. We know that it releases the human spirit into some solitude of meditation where the creative process can freely act. We know that it can soothe pain, relieve anxiety, comfort distress, exhilarate health, confirm courage, inspire clear and bold thinking, ennoble the will, refine taste, uplift the heart, stimulate the intellect, and do many other interesting and beautiful things, to go back to our beauty this morning column. And yet, when all is said and done, no one knows what music is. Perhaps the explanation is that music is the very stuff of creation itself. And that thread of music and vibration runs through from the very beginning of Western civilization. The Egyptian gods Thoth and Trismegistus saw vibration as the causation of the universe, and we know the Big Bang Theory and all of that. The principle of vibration, they write, is that everything is in vibration. The principle of rhythm is that everything flows. In the ancient Greeks, we have Plato, Aristotle, and of course Pythagoras, all talking about the music of the spheres, which is the unheard vibration of the universe. That's why it was a central part of the liberal arts education, the quadrivium, which included music, because you had to include music, because it was the essence of everything. I think it's a pity that some of our current politicians haven't read their ancient Greek. Boethius picks it up again in the 6th century, and he now develops it in the context of Christianity and sees 3 forms of music. Music mundana, which is the music of the spheres, which in general we can perceive but we can't hear. Musica humana, which is the harmony located within human beings, and musica instrumentalis, which is music created by using instruments of some kind or other. It runs through medieval Christian theology. So Hildegard writes, "Praise the Trinity, our life-giving music. She is creating all things. Life itself is giving birth. She is an angel chorus praising and the splendor of arcane mysteries, which are too difficult to understand. Also, from her, true life springs for everything." So we have that strand, and Hildegard believed that singing, making music was the way to bring reconciliation. And picked up again by Johannes Kepler, who in his Harmonics in 1619 thought about how, and we'll come back to this, to make the inaudible harmony of the spheres audible to the soul. And if we could experience that vibration, which is around us all the time, then we would link our soul with the divine. I'm afraid I'm going to be very angry about the Enlightenment, which I also call the Endarkenment. Because that's where we set up the most dangerous division for Gaia that we've ever done. The inanimate and the animate. For Pythagoras and Hildegard and Kepler, and indeed the indigenous cultures of America, Australia, and the Sami people in Norway, there would be nothing inanimate. Everything would have a soul. Everything is vibrating in its own way. That division enabled us to, well, rape the earth. If we hadn't done that, we would still be asking trees if we could use them to build houses, speaking to the stones, saying, can we shape you like this? Speaking to this floor, saying, thank you for holding us safe and not collapsing underneath us, because all of it would be ensouled. And the loss of that was absolute disaster for environmentalism. Medieval Christianity would never have done it. But post-Enlightenment, we have that division. Certain people tried to keep it alive. Joseph von Schelling, in the early 19th century, thought it was important to integrate the music making of human beings with the absolute music of the spheres. Darwin talked about having everything vibrating. Indeed, he saw the ends of plants vibrating, and we'll come back to that. As we move into the 20th, 21st century, we find quantum physics actually affirming all of those trends running through Western. We are slowed down sound and light waves, a walking bundle of frequencies tuned into the cosmos. We are souls dressed up in sacred biochemical garments, and our bodies are the instruments through which our souls play their music, attributed to Einstein. As thinking from the East comes in, where you had a much stronger notion of things like the Om being the foundation of the universe, we have people like Imrat Khan writing, music can even transform matter into spirit, into its original state by touching every atom of the whole. Through the law of harmonic vibration, it goes into the whole of a living being, and showing how it penetrates that. But by then, it was already being pushed to the edge as mere entertainment, not the very essence. But one interesting tradition that I advise you to look at was the tradition of cymatics, that C-Y-M-A-T-I-C coming in. Hans Jenny, at the early 20th century, drew on Galileo's work, and also the work that some of you will know from Ernest Chladni, who was playing vibrations and watching the patterns forming in the water. So there was that strand of cymatics coming through. And out of that, people like Guy Manners developed the possibility of curing the body. And when he was talking, Guy always said it wasn't music, it was vibrations. he would use the cymoscope to find the vibration of the body, and then with that vibration, find the vibration of the liver and the kidneys and all of that, and so on. And that system is still around, the notion that through vibration we can heal various parts of the body. Now let's get back to those plants that the notion of singing and playing to plants. In 2014, an Indian study showed the improvement in the growth of 30 roses if you chanted Vedic chanting to them. 2007, a South Korean study used Beethoven to influence the use of the growth of rice. A Missouri University study used the sound of a caterpillar chewing to encourage growth in mustard plants. 2009, the Royal Horticultural Society saw tomato plants responding to female voices only if they read to them. And all of us will know how much our present king was derided for talking and playing music to his plants. Now, of course, we realize that that may well be true. So the linkage of the vibrational core of the universe with the vibration of plants and animals and human beings is absolutely essential for us to grasp the power of music. So what were we listening to when we came in? What were you humming to? It was actually the sound of nettles. Nettles, yeah. This little machine here is called a plant wave. It has a little lead here, which has got little clips or little things that you can stick on. So the way that was done was this was linked up to nettles, and then that links up with a mobile phone, and it turns the sound of the electric conductivity in the nettles into the notes that you were hearing. So this one is called plant wave. The first one was in the 1970s in the Damanhur community near Turin in Italy, and that was the first one to create that. That's very much a New Age community. But this one, in fact, the one that you are hearing came from the sound of the plants. If you want to look it up, it's called The Sound of the Plants, and you can buy that from Italy now. This one is American, invented in 2011, and in fact, the most famous thing that happened was that they did a tour of what was called the Data Garden Quartet. And here I see a description. On lead synths was a philodendron, a Schefflerer played the bass, while a second Schefflerer managed the rhythm, and a snake plant controlled ambience and effects. The music sounded like rolling waves, cool ambient tones layered over electronic hums. The Data Garden Quartet installation toured that year, performing in arboretums, festivals, and museum pop-ups. The music didn't just change based on the space. It also changed for the light and the breeze. The plant's electrical signals also seemed to change, sometimes dramatically, when a particular person entered or left the room. And so you had that sound. Now, in a sense, one can say that the plants are vibrating, but they're vibrating in a way that we can't hear. So in a sense, this machine is a translating device into the way in which we can hear. This is happening in very many places now, the development of these machines in a number of areas, not only in plant wave, but I'm just going to talk about plant wave and so on. It depends on acknowledging that some form of consciousness, however fragmentary, is an intrinsic component of matter. At a fundamental level, this micro-consciousness is in all that exists. The idea known as panpsychism rips up the physicalist handbook by plugging the gap between our inner experiences and our objective scientific observations of the world. This approach complements rather than contradicts physics. I see Hein nodding there. Thank you very much, Hein. because there have been a lot of attacks on it from hardline scientists and so on. So if you want to look further at it, the academic who's done most is a woman called Monica Gagliano, who's been working in the University of Western Australia, and she has said that plants can learn in a Pavlovian way. So she's done quite a lot of work in that area, and she's done some of the most detailed work on what actually from the plant is being relayed through this machine. If you look on the internet with the plants, a lot of spiritual traditions are now being combined with them. And this is one of them. It's Academia Scientia Futura combines sacred chants from Hebrew, Aramaic, Tibetan, and Sanskrit sources. And they write, the plants have a purity of musical scale and frequencies that really assist in activating agape, love of self and of others and of the environment. Please enjoy their beautiful melodies along with the music that has been incorporated by meditation and instrumentation. And Anya Dishon, who's done quite a lot in this, said, there is a synchronistic connection for me with Hildegard and St. Francis, who to me were alive during a spiritual renaissance. And that's what I think we're in today. So going back to St. Francis and so on. So that notion of making audible what we can't hear. I'm going to read a reading against the sound of the cymbal, and then we're going to do a little of music making after that. Here's the big cymbal sound again. Imagine an elephant in a room. The elephant is not a proverbial weighty issue, but an actual weighty mammal. Imagine a room that is spacious enough to accommodate it. Let's make it a school gym. Now imagine a mouse has scurried in too. A robin hops alongside it. An owl perches on an overhead beam. A bat hangs upside down from the ceiling. A rattlesnake slithers along the floor. A spider has spun a web in a corner. A mosquito buzzes through the air. A bumblebee sits on a spotted sunflower. Finally, in the midst of this increasingly crowded hypothetical space, add a human. Let's call her Rebecca. She's sighted, curious, and thankfully fond of animals. Don't worry about how she got herself into this mess. Never mind what all these animals are doing in a gym. Consider instead how Rebecca and the rest of this menagerie might perceive one another. The elephant raises its trunk like a periscope. The rattlesnake flicks out its tongue, and the mosquito cuts through the air with its antennae. All three are smelling the space around them, taking in the floating scents. The elephant sniffs nothing of note. The rattlesnake detects the trail of the mouse and coils its body, ready for an ambush. The mosquito smells the alluring carbon dioxide on Rebecca's breath and the aroma of her skin. It lands on her arm, ready for a meal, but before it can bite, she swats it away, and her slap disturbs the mouse. It squeaks in alarm at a pitch that is audible to the bat, but too high for the elephant to hear. The elephant, meanwhile, unleashes a deep, thunderous rumble, too low pitch for the mouse's ear or the bat's, but felt by the vibration-sensitive belly of the rattlesnake. Rebecca, who is oblivious to both the ultrasonic mouse squeaks and the infrasonic elephant rumbles, listens instead to the robin, which is singing at frequencies better suited to her ears, but her hearing is too slow to pick out all the complexities that the bird encodes within its tune. All of this commotion goes unnoticed by the spider, which barely hears or sees the participants. Its world is almost entirely defined by the vibrations coming through its web, a self-made trap that acts as an extension to its senses. When the mosquito strays into the silken strands, the spider detects the telltale vibrations of struggling prey and moves in for the kill. But as it attacks, it is unaware of the high-frequency sound waves that are hitting its body and bouncing back to the creature that sent them, the bat. The bat's sonar is so acute that it not only finds the spider in the dark, but pinpoints it precisely enough to pluck it from its web. As the bat feeds, the robin feels a similar attraction that most of the animals cannot sense. The days are growing colder, and it is time to migrate to warmer southern climes. Even within the enclosed gym, the robin can feel the Earth's magnetic field, and guided by its internal compass, it points due south and escapes through a window. It leaves behind one elephant, one bat, one bumblebee, one rattlesnake, one slightly ruffled owl, one extremely fortunate mouse, and one Rebecca. These 7 creatures share the same physical space, but experience it in wildly and wondrously different ways. The same is true for the billions of other animal species on the planet and the countless individuals within those species. Earth teems with sights and textures, sounds and vibrations, smell and tastes, electric and magnetic fields. But every animal can only tap into a small fraction of the reality's fullness. Each is enclosed within its own unique sensory bubble, perceiving but a tiny sliver of an immense world. So that notion of the fact that we human beings have been rather arrogant about what we perceive and that there's a whole world out there. So what I'd like you to do, you were humming earlier on. I want you to do something like this. From the bottom to the top. Okay, away we go. 1, 2, 3. And try it again. Do you feel how that sound starts to move right from the bottom of your body and right to the top of the body? That's why people often use that as a way of cleansing the body, and so on. That there. And I hadn't learned it really except on the fairground. My mother was afraid of me going on the fair. So I didn't go on until I was 50, and that was in America. So I went on like a true Brit, with my teeth gritted, uttering not a sound. And I came off feeling abysmal. I could not understand what was so attractive. Then I realized that everybody else was going, woo! Let's try that, ready? Woo! And I realized that the fairground legitimizes the scream. Sorry, come in. That's right. I see someone from that background. That's right, isn't it? That's right. So the scream a day keeps the doctor away. And most of the time we associate it with distress. But it actually is very purifying. So what I want you to do against this symbol, just to finish this whole, is to think about one of those animals or plants, not to reproduce their sound, but see where it might be in your humming range. So you might want a bird relatively high. Or you might want the elephant, whose sound we can't hear anyway. So just to finish with, what we're going to do is you're going to put your sounds together, and I'll accompany it with some of these instruments we've got here, and we'll have a little symphony of the world together. So, off we go, making the sound of the animal. Not the actual sound, but the hum sound. Thank you.
No, we have a bit of a movement around with the program because of first Justine and then Philip being unable to be with us. In a moment, I'm going to introduce Jeremy, who's going to talk a little bit about the work of Compassion in World Farming. I've lost Jeremy. Oh, he is there, sorry. It's only my brother, I didn't recognize him. But I'd love to just begin by saying that I know one of the things that Philip would have been talking about is his most recent book. He's written several. It's called 60 Harvests Left. And that rather intriguing title contains what I must admit is a very alarming message. And it's all about the state of the soil, because modern methods of agriculture are depleting the soil at a quite astoundingly awful rate. The lovely thing about the book is that it is not depressing, because he is also going on to talk about all the regenerative forms of agriculture that actually are economically necessary. They're not just idealistically attractive, they are economically and ecologically necessary. Heinz nodding. It's always nice to have Heinz assent, isn't it? I feel I've got a professor either side of me at the moment, which is very, very lovely. Philip's work, well, Jeremy will tell you more about it, but the book would have been on sale here. There were a whole lot of books that Philip was going to bring with him, including the one that I mentioned earlier about animal welfare and the world's religions. 60 Harvests Left was another. Jeremy's got another one to show you. But the work of Compassion in World Farming began here. And I don't want to just blow our trumpet too much, but maybe just in this immediate moment I can. I'm going to call upon one of you in the audience to talk about other work that began right here with our founders, Grace and Ivan Cook, Jenny's and Jeremy's and my grandmother and grandfather. We have actually, I mean, the work of the White Eagle Lodge has always been to work in the background, but to encourage. And it is extraordinary how that background work has sometimes had real this world fruition. So, as I say, Jeremy's going to talk a little bit about Compassion in World Farming and about Peter and Anna Roberts, who were the founders of Compassion in World Farming. They farmed just locally in Gretham village, for those of you who are local, and they came here and were intimately involved in the work here. And one day they realized that the direction that they were being driven in with farming was just not on. And there I'll let Jeremy take up the story.
So, dear friends, just a few stories to tell. Colm has mentioned that he said the work began here of Compassion in World Farming. If you'd been involved in the lodge work in the late 1960s, you'd have found in the magazine Stella Polaris just the occasional article by signed PHR, which was Peter Roberts, talking about the welfare of animals. Now, Peter was as Colm said, was a local farmer. He was a dairy farmer, small scale, and also kept chickens. And he found that the Ministry of Agriculture advisory team were putting a lot of pressure on him to go intensive, which was the American model at that time. And Anna turned around to Peter one day and said, "Peter, if you want to go down this road, you do so, but I can't come with you because it doesn't feel right." And that, and many discussions they had, actually changed Peter's whole attitude towards farming. And he eventually scaled down his own farming enterprises in order to concentrate his work on a new organization called Compassion in World Farming. Now, Compassion in World Farming began, as all these such organizations do, just round the kitchen table in Copp's house, Gretham, where they lived. The first clientele, if I can use that word, of Compassion in World Farming, probably were members of the lodge, because that was Peter's immediate outreach community. But Peter began to develop a passion for the welfare of farmed animals, which he saw as increasingly under threat. And he started campaigning in his own way, taking stalls to agricultural events, founding a newsletter, gradually building a supporter base. And I always think of Peter and Anna as examples of what ordinary people like you and me can actually do. Peter didn't have a great intellect. He wouldn't, I remember him talking at columns in my local school and feeling quite embarrassed before what he saw as, probably quite wrongly, as a group of highly intelligent teenagers. But what he had was, to an amazing degree, was a quality of moral steadfastness. And I can't commend that to you too highly. Once his feet were set on that path, he was faithful to it. And his moral steadfastness gradually built up Compassion into a larger and more influential organization. But Peter it was a rocky road to start off with. He went round to the various existing animal welfare organizations to try and gain their interest in the welfare of farmed animals, and was largely rejected. People felt that was outside their sphere. But Peter persisted. One landmark in his actual work came after 12 years of being a voice in the wilderness. And that's one thing I mean by moral steadfastness. Keeping on, even though you don't appear to be winning any of the battles. But he found himself in the position of taking Storrington Priory to court for the way they kept their veal calves. He lost the case in court, but if you like to put it this way, he won the war, because partly as a result of that, the then government shortly afterwards banned veal crates in agriculture. And that was the first real victory for compassion in world farming. So incrementally, the work increased. And another great landmark in compassion's work was actually achieving a change in the Treaty of Rome. Now, the original founding EU treaty, the Treaty of Rome, classed animals as agricultural products. That was the basis of intensive farming, that animals could be treated just like products. Peter and his helpers fought to get that wording changed so that animals were classed as sentient beings. And after several years of work, this very humble, ordinary man actually achieved his object. And under the Treaty of Lisbon, the wording was changed so that animals were classed as sentient beings. And a lot of the subsequent work of Compassion in World Farming and similar organizations has actually rested on that new definition. Now, Peter and Anna carried on with the work of compassion until Peter's health sadly declined with Parkinson's, and he handed over to Joyce da Silva, who Colin mentioned earlier. But what is compassion now? From being an organization that I remember, as I said, just meeting round Anna and Peter's kitchen table, and in their out room they had a little printing machine, a Gestetner 200 for those who remember. We had one here too in the lodge. Compassion now is an international organization employing over 150 staff worldwide and doing absolutely amazing work for farm animals. One of its most recent achievements, which is a real historic one, was establishing a European citizens' initiative to ban all cages in agriculture throughout Europe. Now, a European citizens' initiative, for those who don't know what it actually means, it's one democratic aspect of the composition of the European Union, whereby if 1 million plus verifiable signatures can be gathered, the European Parliament and the Commission are forced to actually take note and hopefully act on that initiative. And Compassion gained the collaboration of over 140 different smaller organizations throughout Europe. And they achieved the monumental figure of 1.4 million signatures on this initiative. And that was handed in to the European Commission and was favorably received. Now, the fight is still, I don't like using these words of warfare, but it is a battle in a way to gain the recognition for the welfare of animals. There's still work to be done because the political climate in Europe is still rather negative towards change. But I'd just like to draw attention to that monumental piece of work, gaining the collaboration of so many different organizations, gaining the support and the signatures of 1.4 million people throughout the EU. It's just fantastic when you think of it. Another big spur of Compassion's work has been the food business engagement. That's working, Compassion has established slowly and patiently, working relationships with many large corporations, encouraging them by means of an award scheme to go cruelty-free by degrees in their supply chains of animal products. And it's calculated that that work has changed the lives now of 2 billion farmed animals, which is, again, such an amazing figure. But, dear friends, it's still only a drop in the ocean, because over 80 million animals are slaughtered each year for food throughout the world. So 2 billion is a very small part of that, but it's a toe in the water. And that work is continuing and growing, and has had the cooperation of some of the largest food-producing companies in the world. And another aspect of Compassion's work now is building a relationship with the United Nations, because, as Colin mentioned in his mention of Philip's latest book, 60 Harvests Left, Compassion's work has expanded beyond simply a fight against animal cruelty to actually campaigning worldwide for a new food policy. Because I'll go right back to the early days of Peter Roberts' work. One of his first public exhibitions was at the Ceylon Tea Centre in Regent Street in London, and Colin and I actually helped him with that. And the slogan of that exhibition was, "Compassion fights factory farming and famine," because Peter Thorne was one of the first people to actually see and recognize that growing food to feed intensively farmed livestock was actually using food inefficiently, because it takes a lot of grain to actually produce a kilogram of beef or whatever, or a broiler hen, or whatever animal you like to mention. Factory farming is an extremely inefficient and destructive method of agricultural production. And Peter's vision is now part of the central vision of Compassion in World Farming, that we need a completely new attitude towards agriculture, that instead of growing grain to feed intensively farmed animals, animals should be pasture-fed in the traditional way, and all the agricultural land, viable agricultural land, should be producing feed to feed people. The earth actually has masses of food to feed all its population, but at the moment, so much of that grain harvest is going to feed captive and cruelly treated animals. So Philip's vision of a regenerative farming is one that we're working hard to implant in the United Nations. And dear friends, I can only commend that to you and ask for your support for Compassion's work in all these areas of its work. It's a wonderful organization, and I'm very proud to have been associated with it for much of my life. And I remember one little personal experience. Philip developed a strategic plan which the ultimate aim of which was the abolition of intensive farming by 2040. And I was sitting quietly in my office one day, and I just felt Peter Roberts, who was by then in the world of light, just behind me, and he was just nodding quietly and saying, yes, that's what we want. And so I'd like to feel that there's a great movement in the higher worlds that's behind our outer worldly movements, working for compassion, for love, and for kindness towards animals, and kindness towards the earth. Thank you all very much. Peter and Anna's granddaughter, Emma Silverthorne, has just written a biography of the two of them, which would have been on sale here today had Philip been able to get here. But unfortunately he isn't. But it's called Roaming Wild by Emma Silverthorne, and so you can order it through any decent bookshop. Thank you.
I think that was very inspiring, not least because of the extent to which it came from the heart, don't you? Working from the heart is really what today is all about. So you've touched base for us, Jem, and I think that was very, very powerful. Just before we move on, and we're a little bit behind schedule, so I'm going to do this quite briefly. One of our audience today, if I can call you audience, participants, I think I'd prefer to call you all, has herself had quite a connection there, and indeed her father was known as Peter's animal spy, but she also links with an earlier involvement of the White Eagle Lodge in the work of animal welfare, which was the movement known as Beauty Without Cruelty, founded by Lady Dowding, Muriel Dowding, and Grace and Anne Cook, Grace particularly, was right behind that, urging her along. And I remember in my school days, in the London Lodge, we had a little Beauty Without Cruelty shop in the front of the building. It got closed down in the end because it was contrary to charity regulations. But nonetheless, that's where Beauty Without Cruelty began. Dear Sarah, would you like to just say a few words? Or at least stand up and...
I actually came to speak, came to listen to everybody else. Philip, who sadly isn't here. And I don't do public speaking. Yes, just that basically the foundation was very much in line with the spirituality of White Eagle, and they were all great friends and supported each other. And Granny, being a great spiritualist, had noticed a lot of people wearing furs at a huge spiritual association event. There were about 6,000 people there, all draped in fur. And Granny thought, this isn't very spiritual. What about these animals? So she thought, I'm going to do something about it, and set up little fashion shows with
fake fur coats. The press picked up on it because she'd married a famous man. Otherwise she would have maybe not been noticed. And they were asked to go and take it to other cities around the country. And then looking into it, she actually realized about the animal cruelty in cosmetics. So there were, the animal ingredients in cosmetics. People didn't know that at the time. And also then she found out it was all tested on animals as well in horrific ways. So people started to write to her, where could they buy products? There weren't really many products. So they set about, it was White Eagle Lodge members came and joined. Grace helped. And it basically snowballed into, again, another huge international organization that really highlighted it. It went all over the world. And all I wanted to say, and my father then got called by Peter Roberts to kind of help, because my father gave up his career to investigate, because my grandmother would just make sweeping statements about animals and just, she'd say this happened and that happened, and he'd say, Mother, you can't say that. We need the facts. He was an engineer. So he gave up his engineering career and basically traveled all over the world and was sort of wanted with his head off and, money to catch this man that was uncovering these things. So then he became involved a bit with Compassion in Wild Farming. But humble beginnings, small groups of people, and actually it did, it sort of made the furriers and the cosmetic trade scared, and it snowballed, so.
Dear Sarah, thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I might add that once fairly recently, when I was in Los Angeles, of all places, I got escorted along, kind of not against my will, but I hadn't quite planned to go, to the launch of a film about the campaign against Huntington Life Sciences, who were just the most awful vivisectionists. But the guy who introduced the film had been one of the original crew, one of the original campaigners. They all went to prison with quite long sentences, outrageously long sentences. But I don't think I've ever encountered someone who had such absolute, clear, just such clarity and integrity to their cause, except, possibly, dear Peter Roberts, and your dear grandmother, who, although I was quite young when she was around, so you will forgive me if I concentrate on Peter, but, that quality of integrity, gosh, it matters hugely, doesn't it? And Jane is now going to come to the platform and give us some of her integrity, bless you. I think she's going to ask you some of yours.
I am. Oh, hang on. Right, well, I am again going to just talking a little bit about a love relationship with Gaia, but I'm mainly going to be asking you. So please think, we're going to have a roving mic, of your example of your love relationship with Gaia generally or with any specific part of it. And I just wanted to show you this that I picked up outside. I do love lichen. And as probably most of you know, lichen acts as an organism, but it's actually a fungus and an algae living in a symbiotic association together, which I think is such an amazing example for us all. And if any of you are interested in fungi and haven't read it already, Merlin Sheldrake has written a book, Entangled Lives, I think it's called. And I made the mistake. I'm sitting here as a person going to learn about fungi, and it doesn't do that at all. It just breaks down the barriers. What is a brain? What is a self? Because fungi are amazing organisms that kind of break all of those barriers. So it's a very interesting book. Anyway. So, this morning when I was thinking, I'm going to be talking today, this thought came to me that a love relationship with Gaia isn't talking about something cutesy, like having a dog and putting a pink bow or a skirt on it. that it actually is talking about the nature of reality. So I'm going to start with another of my poems while you think, and then we'll have a roving mic. Rowena's going to go around with a mic for any of you to share just a couple of sentences about your experience of a love relationship with Gaia. Ooh, this is a summer one. Threshold. The sunlight falls, flickers off leaves and fronds of fern, weaves patterns in the hedgerows that guard the garden, tumbles and teases the edges of shade, the glade alight with it, the space hugging the watching trees that are icons, the grass between a prayer mat to sit and soak in the sun's syrup as I lose myself in the soaring sky. The place changes, lifts off from the physical, visual reality of suburban plot to become a world charged with the glister of newborn buds, of ants scurrying in the dirt, of God. The invisible vigor of life's longing, the myriad unseen creatures, the roots and the fungi, the surging push inside cells, inside souls, tingles in the air like incense. So I've got one more piece to finish with when we've all finished talking. So who would like to start? Rowena, have you got the microphone there? Yes. Colin.
Well, I wasn't actually going to start. I was reaching for the roving microphone so that I could take it round.
Oh, well, Rowena,
Since I've got it in my
Rowena volunteered to take it round, you see, Colin.
I didn't realise, Rowena, that's why you had it. While I've got it, I will share one experience, quite a defining experience for me many, many years ago. I was on the west coast of Scotland with a friend on a fairly nondescript day. It wasn't raining or anything, but it wasn't anything like as beautiful as today. And I looked out across the bay, and there was another headland coming out in the distance. The one thing I could say about the scene was there was absolute peace there. But what came over me was the absolutely unshakable conviction in myself that peace was an active force, not a passive one. And that actually is something White Eagle has said many times, although I don't think I was aware of it then. But I just actually felt that peace was something that acts upon us rather than is just out there when we're quiet. So that was a very lovely involvement in Gaia for me. Now, since Rowena has offered, I'm going to, Jenny's going to say something else. And then Rowena, if you'd like to come back with the mic.
White Eagle's actual words about that. Peace is a dynamic power. From the heart of peace comes right action.
Lovely.
Thank you. Who would like to share something? Here we go.
Sorry, it's me again. Before I came here, I was up in Scotland and on the west coast of Scotland where it rains a lot of the time. But I had land and I had sheep and I bred black-faced sheep. And one of the most magical things in my life, I think, is going out in the morning in the lambing season and actually having a new young lamb with all its black face and little black knees just sort of looking at you, and it was truly wonderful. I was tying in with what some of the other things I've been saying. It was always a slight sort of dichotomy to me that I was trying to breed pure black-faced lambs, so I sold on the lambs which weren't, in my opinion, quality lambs at about 3 months, and they were always passed on to somebody else. But I had to admit the fact that ultimately, you know, they were going to become meat, and it was always a slight problem for me. But I was sort of seeing it further back the line. So that's my experience of wonderment.
Thank you. Who else? One at the front here, Irina.
I would just like to share how much, when you come out in the early morning, in the fall, the scent of that brings so much joy and thankfulness. I so experienced thankfulness then. That's what I'd like to share.
Thank you. Over here.
Thank you very Many years ago, I worked on nuclear submarines, the missile boats, and coming out of the rear hatch on my final visit to the dockyard, I saw the hatches that opened to fire the missiles opening in their particular sequence, and something turned me round and made me look at the mountainside on the other side of the lock, and all I could see was the snow-capped mountain and heather underneath, and with the message, do you want this or do you want this? And I resigned immediately. I chose life.
Bless you. Thank you.
Mine you might find a bit odd, but a long time ago, a deer squirrel planted an acorn in the wrong place, and this beautiful oak tree came. But you can't just transplant oak trees, so somebody said to me, bonsai it. I went, okay. This tree did beautifully. I gave it pride of place in the garden. I've been loving it for 20, 30 years. But the climate's changed. So I go to Scotland, say goodbye to my tree, patted it on the top, said I will be back soon. And nobody thought to water it in all the heat. And when I came back, it looked dead. I was heartbroken, absolutely devastated. And I was patting it, saying, I'm so sorry I had to go away. Well, it happened to be a special year this year, which to do with the 50th year of a wedding, so everything was gold. So I thought, I'm sorry, you have got to take pride of place. So I sprayed it gold, made it a special feature. Still couldn't part with it. About a week later, I thought, that's a bit odd. And I saw a little bud. And would you believe it's come back to life? And it's looking resplendent. And that's purely just because it knew I really, really love it.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Anna?
Thank you. I recently had the pleasure of going to the top of Snowdon. Unlike some people in this room, which I know would have loved to climb it, I went on the train. And I went with my friend who lives at the foot of Snowdon, and the day we went was like today. And she said to me, you're blessed. And I said, what do you mean? And she said, I come up here often and I don't get to see the views that you're seeing today, because normally it's cloudy and whited out. And it was just, I mean, people use the word awesome a lot these days, but it was absolutely awesome, as in you're in awe, which is emotional. But it was beautiful. Really beautiful. Sorry.
Thank you. Anna, behind you, Rowena.
Besides all those beautiful things, I mean, I've been up mountains with Jeremy and Colm, and I spend my summers in Greece. But I would like to make a plea for all the tiny things. The odd twig, the odd leaf, the odd bit of grass, you know, the kind of thing that you find on your shoe sometimes, the little bits that are lying around, the little bits of nature that we chop down and don't treat with any respect because we don't see them. And a lot of people have talked about seeing the natural world. And I just think that all nature is so precious that small, I mean, anybody who knows me knows that my garden is like a wilderness, but that's because I love all that. Like, I love the fact that you brought a bit of lichen in, you know, and somebody else has got some here, little twigs and things. So no matter where we are, we can appreciate the natural world in that way. Thank you very much.
Anyone else?
Me again. Actually, something again, the sort of question that we're asking, it goes in so many different directions, but here's one, and it links with what Anna just said. So last week, it's not the first time I've seen one of these. There was this, I was outside, and it was sunny, and there was this little insect that landed on this wall, and I caught it because it was still, and I looked at it and I thought, this is my brain goes, I wonder what that's called. I wonder if that's even got a name. It looks so small. But I said, but look how much life there is in it. So this was a flying insect, and when it was landed on the wall, it literally was like a T. I mean, it did have a head a bit, but its wings were looked like, of course, they were perfectly designed to be camouflaged against the tree bark, but it was on a piece of red brick, so it showed up. And then when it took off, it was like, I thought, how does it even do this? So it took off, and then inside this little thing was furled up so it could fly. So it was an insect that I have no idea what species it is or anything, but boy, was it alive, was it part of our creation. And I thought it was
you're
lovely.
relating to it, yes, behind. The gentleman here.
Every year, Julie and I go to North Norfolk. It's a National Trust place called Felbrigg Hall. And in Felbrigg Hall, there's a large area of pine trees. And we always make it 12 o'clock when we end up there. And we stand there for half an hour, sending out the light. And completely, you're taken over there, just standing amongst these trees. And it's absolutely beautiful.
Thank you. We've got time for one more, if anybody wants to go. If not, I will go. Yes, one more here.
Thanks. On a family camp in Denmark many years ago, I met a woman with 4 children, and she asked me to visit her in Jutland. She didn't know at the time why, but she had an urge to do it. She told me her life story, and that she was very much alone when she was a little girl. And during her father's farming, she was always connected to a special tree. And one day when I was visiting, she said, "Could you please go with me to visit the tree? Because I think you can help me." And I didn't know with what. We came to this area where the tree was standing, and she said, "When I was a child, I couldn't communicate with this tree. It was my best friend. And I was lying up there on where the tree was in 4 branches going out, and she was sitting up there looking at her father. And she said, but now it's not talking to me anymore. Could you help me?" And I said, "I've never spoken to trees, never in my life, but please, could you?" So I said, "I don't know how to do that." So she said, I'll just step aside and you see what you can do. And I didn't know what to do. So I went around the tree and I just figured, okay, if it's likely that I could, I would. So I went around the tree and just put my hands on it and tried to get acquaintance with the tree, not knowing if it would work. And she said to me, standing back, "Go up to where I used to lie on the tree." And I went up to the tree and stand there. And something started to happen. And I was thinking, you are imagining now. But the tree said, "I'm very sorry." And the tree said, "Goodbye is hello." And I said, "I don't understand. What do you mean?" So the tree said, "I'm going to be cut down." And I can't tell her. So I was so amazed that the concern of this tree, of the little girl standing down on the ground, was so caring that he couldn't tell her.
Mm-hmm. That's lovely, thank you. Yes, I'm going to read one more piece, but just before I do, when I'm in my garden, I do talk to things, and And there are some things I still need to weed, and there's the bindweed convolvulus. But whereas before I might be going, oh, you're not allowed here, bindweed, and pulling it up. I thought, no, I can still love the bindweed, although I'm pulling it up. So I said, hello, bindweed, how are you? Talk, you know, you're lovely, but you're lovely in the countryside, but not here, so I'm just going to pull you up. So I thought I can have a loving relationship, even if it's something I'm removing, because that's all part of life. So. What does tortoise? Oh, well, my tortoise was stolen. I had one and it ran away and someone pinched it. Anyway. Yes, June.
Yes, we gather once a month to make music with the plants, and the plants are very like us. Sometimes they choose to speak and sometimes they don't. You know, if they're thirsty, you give them some water and they will speak. And something that has spoken and produced wonderful will choose not to, for no apparent reason. So we're not using words, but we are using sounds. And it's often interesting to see, and this would have been part of the medieval doctrine of humours, that different plants have different feelings, and just like us, they have different feelings on different days, and so on. So they have a life similar to ours, with different feelings, different relationships, and sometimes they're sad, sometimes they're happy, and so on. And you can hear that in the music. One of the things we're doing is we imitate the plants. It's impossible to get a scientific measure, but we think that the plants are responding to us as well. So they're picking up our rhythms. So there's an interface. It is a conversation, a musical conversation between us and the plant. What we did at the very beginning, the notion of entrainment, where our pulses, if we use a drum with the plant, it will often get into the rhythm of the drum. So there is, through the music, there's an interface between the character, and I would say these plants have characters like ours which change, and so on. And I think that's one of the exciting things. Many people are using these machines simply for the background of wildlife films and so on. But very few people are thinking of improvising with them and getting to know how the plants work. So I think that's been, you know, we spend 3 hours together. There's a guitarist, a harpist, and me. And it's a gorgeous 3 hours of just being with, we have a different plant each time. So the yew, a very solid tree, is relatively slow. But then if we put it on something like the Busy Lizzie, which is, you know, it's much more flickery and so on. Just in many ways what you would expect, the sort of thing that some of you who know the Bach flower remedies, you know, the notion of a characteristic. So we're not using words, we're using sounds to have that relationship. And it's a very beautiful relationship. And just to add to what people have said, it's a wonderful piece of writing from Native American who says, do trees talk? Of course they do, just that white people can't hear them.
Right, so one last piece. This is an early autumn piece, All Is Well. The wayside plants talk to me as I pass in words of brown and green. Hello, they say. We haven't seen you for a while. Are you okay? I smile and pass on past huge, happy hazel leaves grinning at the sun, and wine-thorned stems of bramble resting from all the pushing and growing and arching with a maternal air and nests of black droops. And the red, round earrings, necklaces, jeweled bodices of hawthorn, which is modestly turning to dappled yellow and brown, so as not to flaunt its pride in such a rich harvest. Elder leaves catch the sun and the spiders and the shape of the day between each leaf as a present to please us as we pass. Nettles lean drunkenly with their stiff tassels of beads, humbly healing the land with a shy smile. And the grass is still singing as it loves the sky and reaches for embrace before it lays itself down, swayed by the gentlest kiss of air. All is waiting. All is round and green and well-fed and happy, for the year has been won. The roots are holding, The fruits are hanging, ready for new times after dead winters. And there are no regrets. There is no sorrow for the time that will crumple and blow away leaves and seeds. No fear of bare branches. No awareness of temporary death. Just a resting in life. A simple trusting in growth that is part of next season's bloom. Life goes on. All is well.
Well, you probably wonder what's coming next because we've somewhat strayed from the sequence that was written up, inevitably. But what you have next is a break. But I don't think it need be as long a break. We made a 20-minute break because we thought there were going to be lots of author books, speaker books on the stall for you to look at and maybe chat with the speakers about their books. Well, because of the exigencies of COVID, there are not so many books there. So we'll just have 10 minutes, I think. It's now 4:07. Can you try and be back in for 4:15? But we'll probably start just a few. I'm sorry?
That's not a long enough time to have a cup of tea.
Well, we weren't actually planning tea now, were we? I don't think we...
Oh, it just says short break.
Yes, this was, excuse my language, but it was really meant just as a loo break. It wasn't really a tea break. So I think, if you can persuade someone to give you a cup of tea, by all means bring it back in, but it wasn't intended as a tea break. So aim for 4:15. We might go a moment after. Please. I'll just explain what we're doing. Notionally, we have a meditation now, but it's been suggested that the meditation would be a lovely thing to do right at the end. When Justine couldn't come, and incidentally, Justine, I do hope you've been with us today. I'm sure you have, and also Philip. So I'm going to send you both. I'm sure I can speak on behalf of all the participants here. We send you great love and confidence in your recovery. And such a shame you haven't been with us, but we've done our best without you. When I was replanning the program, when we first knew that we couldn't have Justine here, we thought it would be lovely if the speakers were available to sort of talk about where do we go from here? What are our own personal action points? Now, I'm going to invite people to give their contributions in turn there, but once they've spoken, then it's over to you. How are we going to take this forward? And we will go through with that until about, oh gosh, it's 4:30 now. We'll have 15 minutes of that, and we'll have 15 minutes of meditation. We better get on with it. Yes, microphone, please. Thank you, Tom. And which of the speakers feels ready to go first? Thank you, June. Just bear in mind...
No, I've got my microphone on.
You've got your microphone. Yeah. There we are. Of course you have.
What I didn't say at the end of what I was doing was, so many people I see out, Nan and I we've had this conversation because you guessed what I was going to do, and as intuition works, you see them with their headphones on. And the sound world of our universe consists of geophony, which is the sound of the wind and the natural, the water and all of that. Biophony, which is the sound made by animals of various kind. And then there's anthrophony, which is the sound made by human beings, which includes both music, but also machine noises and car sounds and all of that. Very interestingly, it's very easy to dismiss all of those. If you listen to them carefully, there's often a music in them, and we don't. We tend to dismiss them. And there's a wonderful lad who has some problems with his sight, who says that he can hear the music in the washing machine, and so on and so forth. So the notion that anthrophony has actually taken over, and we're even using that to obliterate when we're even walking, biophony and geophony. Take your headphones off, but also the sounds that we made. I know that Jane has given us some one of talking, but just humming with a tree, or humming as you're going along. Forget who I was talking to earlier that said once upon a time everybody whistled. When do you hear whistling now? And when do you hear making things up and so on? I used to say to my students, you know, without headphones and anything like that, I've got infinitely more possibilities than you have. But we've got hundreds of thousands of, we've got all these things on Spotify. How can you possibly say that? I said, because you only have on your headphones what a few rich white people in America have chosen to put on them. If you use your own sounds, then you have an infinite range of sounds which are distinctly yours. And that loss, I think, of people humming, people making up their own sort of versions of things, people whistling, people just going, to a tree, as a way of saying, as you would for something which was very beautiful. So don't be afraid of doing that. And, it seems strange for a musician to say, take the music out and put your own sounds in. But I do believe that that's important. You will find bits of yourself you never found, but you'll also find bits of the plants and the trees that you never found. and so on. So I think that's what I would like you to take away. Don't put down your own voice. All of you have a beautiful voice, but also a huge range of sounds. You've got, explore them, all these strange sounds. And just one last thing, a friend of mine was dying, and she was unable to speak anymore. But she was making sounds of that kind. They were interpreted as her being in pain. So every time she made one, they put another needle in. That's what we call palliative care. When I was left alone with her, I simply improvised. So if she went, I went, and we had this marvelous improvised conversation of this kind. And when her family came back, who said she didn't know them anymore, they said, do you know, I think she knows you. And I felt like saying I didn't, because it would have been quite cruel, because I treated her as a person who still wanted a relationship with me, could no longer use words, just like a baby can know words. Those improvised conversations, have confidence in your own ability to make sounds and to use sounds other than words to relate to the world, to relate to people, like people with, learning difficulties who haven't got words. Words are not our only way of doing it. Trust your own sounds.
Thank you. Anyone else ready to speak? I'm conscious, Michael and Hein, up to a point, you gave us some action points at the end of your talk, but is there anything you'd like to add? Thank you, Hein.
Yeah, there's one thing I maybe would like to add, because it was a little bit out of the scope of my talk, but I think we have so many issues. Michael mentioned a few, Jane mentioned a few, June mentioned a few. And looking at climate change, at hunger, at poverty, all these kind of things. And I would love to have from here one kind of action point, and that is, I think we need good leadership. I'm most worried in the whole world, not about all these problems, but I'm worried about the leadership. And what I would like to do is that we maybe, with a small group or something like that, that we set up a kind of, let's say, sending out the light to leaders. I personally sometimes hold Putin in the light. That sounds awful. But it is also a bit strange. But I hope that someday something cracks. And not of the things I'm doing, but I hope more people are doing this. And from there on, that's a kind of final action point I would like to make. Thank you.
It's quite hard to top that. I mean, in terms of the points, I made most of them at the end of my talk about, a lot of it's about raising awareness and being more aware of the issues, and to think about how we live our own lives, because everyone's living their lives differently. But almost like understanding, Hein's point at the end of his talk I found very powerful in terms of the lake filling up with pondweed and that impact. And I think it's really important to realise that we can all make a difference, and you have to begin with yourself. And a lot of that in through White Eagle's teaching, but also the example of compassion in farming, beauty without cruelty that we've just had recently. I mean, you can really see it begins with simple actions.
Thank you. Well, for me, there are two strands which kind of interweave. One's love, that I was talking about, and the other is unity. And that if each of us realizes and looks at how can we act out and live as if we are one, and this wouldn't just be with the beautiful non-human planet, it also means with our human neighbors, it means with people and organizations that we don't like and are doing awful things. And if we treat them as if they're alien and different and demonize them, that doesn't help. But find ways that even if it's only internally, and that makes a difference, as we said, that's all part of sending out the light, living in the light and sending it out. Find ways, and it's new because our culture hasn't done this. We don't always know what that means, but explore, what does it mean to live in unity with everybody and everything? And it doesn't just mean, oh, isn't this lovely? No, what does it mean? How can we do this? And another aspect for me is entrusting that, because sometimes I get depressed when I see the state of the world and the state of leaders, etc. But to just think, no, there's something else going on here, and we don't see it in the media, and trusting that it will come through. This will grow, as Heinz said, that the good will grow, not just the bad growing, but the good of that love and that unity and that working together and that compassion will grow.
I so agree with Jane about not demonizing anything. I remember when I was a small boy, well, not quite so small, but I sort of made my motto, reject nothing. And I kind of learnt that from my mother, but I'll leave it there. That isn't my contribution. I really want to ask Anna or Jeremy whether they want to say anything in summary.
I think my contribution is, well, one spirit teacher once said, dear ones, if your heart says no, how can you possibly say yes? And I think if we follow our heart in abolishing cruelty in this world, we'll be serving Gaia and serving the great cause of nature.
Two things, one of which picks up on what you've just said about not demonizing was the word you used. And there's a lovely Zen master who said, you know, we talk about oneness, and he said, we are not two. And I love that. It sort of changes it slightly. We are not two. So like if you're having a difficulty with somebody, we are not two. But the other thing I wanted to do was to try and quote something from White Eagle, and it fits with Colm, and I might be taking your thing away from you. Hold on, let me see what you're doing. No, it's not that one. Right. And but it comes back to what Colm said at the very beginning about beauty. And if I can get this right, might be a slight paraphrasing, but he said, we do not see perfection, not in the limited way in which that word is understood by us. We see a God ever growing more beautiful. And he went on to talk about how throughout not just in this universe, but in universes yet unborn. And then he said that is what we are doing too. That God within us ever growing more beautiful. And it links very much with the idea of finding beauty in everything, which is where you started, Colm.
Colm, Hein and I had a conversation at the beginning, and one of the wonderful phrases I just picked up from G.K. Chesterton, which is, the world is not starved of wonders, it is simply starved of wonder. So to keep wonder alive, I think is really, you were talking about scientists, weren't you, and so on. If we can just keep that wonder and being open to wonder, then I think wonder helps us to be hospitable to people that we don't particularly agree with. There's an openness of wonder. It's not closed down. It's hospitable.
Thank you, June. I think this little passage of White Eagle is quite a well-known passage. Kind of sums everything up. It certainly takes me right back to where we began today. It's called Listen. If you could but give yourselves time to withdraw from the outer or material planes of life and listen, When sitting at peace in your garden, or walking in the open places within your towns, or in quiet country lanes, give yourselves time to listen to the voice of love, which will then surely make itself known in the quiet of your soul. This, beloved brethren, is the great secret of life on the earth plane. Those who live on the material plane only are barren, are starved. Whatever work they put their hand to do, if they are not contacting the Spirit or the voice of God in the quietness of their own souls, they do not dwell in the fullness they were intended to do by our Father, Mother God. God has given unto her children the gift of love, the gift of wisdom, which lies in the heart. Test our words for yourselves. Observe those who are trying, according to their own understanding, to express artistic, musical, or literary gifts, or the gift of healing. And note how many of these are in touch with that mysterious spiritual life. Those so in touch express the life of the Spirit in their work. Others, working purely on the intellectual plane, may give brilliant service, brilliant work to the world, but there is something lacking if the Spirit does not shine through. In a perfectly executed piece of music, technically perfect, unless the Spirit is within, it fails in its purpose. So cultivate the art of listening in your quiet moments to the Spirit, and it will speak ever in one language, that of love. Love brings to your heart peace, kindliness, tolerance, a desire to forget selfish aims, and a longing to give that which your Spirit has revealed to you to the rest of humanity. And I hope that is a nice starter for our meditation, which Anna is going to lead. Are you happy doing it from there? Are you going to stand? You're going to do it from there.
Though I wouldn't normally stand, but I think it's going to be easier for you rather than me sitting. So this is just a short time of meditation. And immediately I feel your intention. Your intention to be still, to listen, to love. And that is all that's required when we meditate. As spiritual beings, a little bit of us in material form, as soon as we have that intention, that greater self, linked with all life, is there. There are no barriers. Though the mind may not know it, the heart will know. So feel with your heart. Feel the love that you've experienced from each one today. Feel that love that nature has given us through its beauty, through its wonder. Feel that love in your heart, like a sun, if you like. A warmth of being. And our stillness and intention and love opens the door, releases the mind and the soul, is a magnet for those beautiful energies at the inner level, both within and around us. And all those who've been with us at that inner level, some of whom have been named, can draw closer to our open hearts and speak to us and inspire and strengthen feel that connection. And bring it to earth. Think of the trees outside, not separate spirit. It's in everything. Think of what the trees can bring to your heart. What the grasses can teach us. The rocks, the water, the sunlight. The breath. So we ask inwardly, for whatever we need to take us forwards for our planet, for the creatures of the earth, and for all peoples. And in the silence now, with our focus on the heart and love, we receive. And having received, we give. So keeping the stillness if we can, we come together in a circle of light. We blend our visions, our aspirations, our love. And from this place of communion, we send forth the light. And so as we come back from this short time, see if you can feel the change in your aura, in your body. Feel the change of energy. And know that even if your mind experiences nothing, something happens. There's a palpable change in the room. So feeling your feet on the floor, your hips on the chair, your hands in your lap. So your etheric nervous system is giving way now to the physical again. But every part is blessed. We have an image of a cross within a circle of light. And if you are particularly sensitive, you might like to see that as a shield over your solar plexus, which is between your navel and your diaphragm. It's the emotional center, if you like. And sometimes at the throat, it's a good place to put it too, and to see yourself surrounded in light. And one of the lovely bits of this routine that I like is to see a line of light from somewhere in spirit reaching right down through your body into Gaia, in the sense of Gaia being just Mother Earth, but we know differently now from our friend. Bless you. And then when you're ready, open your eyes. And it's good to sit still for a minute. Just feel those energies outwardly. So you really know that something has happened. And the more you know that, the more your brain will register it every time. Namaste.
Before we go, I'd love to express appreciation of our behind-the-scenes team. One of them not quite behind the scenes, although he's got we're behind his back at the moment, hiding away in the cupboard there. Tom Taplin, Tom Manning, who's been dealing with bookings and is not in the room, but you probably met him earlier. All those who've helped in the kitchen, all those who've helped in any way with the organisation. Thank you all so much. Thank you to... Yes, a clap for them. And a very, very warm thank you to our speakers who've been wonderful, including the two who have been unable to be present with us, who have also been wonderful because they were part of the creative unfoldment of today. They just missed out on the fun. That's jolly bad luck. And it's not as though they're desperately ill, as far as I know. It's just that they wanted to protect us from their germs. So thank you, Justine. Thank you, Philip. And so sad that you haven't been able to be here in the physical. But I hope that you feel that we have carried your message and that all the speakers, I hope, have gelled together in a lot of agreement and, well, almost total agreement, I think, really. And I hope you all, who have been the absolutely vital part of today, we'd be nowhere without you, you know, that I hope nonetheless you go away feeling that you have got something from today. And dear Jenny.
Well, just a reminder that our gift and bookshop over at
Oh.
the house is open now. Our dear
Yes.
lockers will be
Yes.
there.
Thank you, Jenny, so much. I was supposed to give out that notice 2 points earlier today, and I've forgotten it on both occasions.
It's not too late, because they'll be there.
Never too late to buy a book. Yakky-doo, yakky-doo, yakky-doo. Yes, the bookshop proper, which has everything in it and all sorts of things that you haven't seen on this stall, is lovely gifts and so on. If you go out past Newland's house, you will see a thing saying bookstore and offices or something. Anyway, if you see the word bookstore, you're there. Do stop there. You won't regret it.
You won't, it's fantastic.
And I hope we'll have another of these sometime. Thank you all so much for coming. And thank you for coming too.